era of football est video is purement para entretenimiento y no infringe derechos de autor en iles. Los derechos de la novela y la imagen son del autor original, no reclamamos propiedad. No te gusta esperar y quieres escuchar este fanfic completo ahora? Suscríbete a nuestro Patreon, donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 476. Mutually complementary. No one expected that Bin Xiaoqiang's seemingly rash attack would produce such an excellent effect. Even the extraordinary players did not expect that they helped Bin Xiaoqiang block the attack, but it was just their habit. When a teammate was surrounded, they had to rescue him, unless this was a tactic to attract the opponent's firepower. Obviously, Bin Xiaoqiang's attack was not, so the extraordinary players who were close to him had almost no hesitation. Under the command of Zhu Shan, they intercepted the opponent's attack separately, giving Bin Xiaoqiang enough space. And now, they have received enough rewards. Next as Zheng Qi was Yimo. He reacted immediately, and Li Gurui, who was closest, also reacted. The two rushed over at the same time. Zheng Qi shot at Yimo continuously, attracting his attention, while Li Gurui lowered his head and pulled the football out, then turned and ran. Shenhua's players only reacted at this time. They rushed over and threw all the skills they could throw at Li Gurui. However, they were intercepted by the extraordinary players. At the same time, Bin Xiaoqiang shouted in the team channel, "Kick forward." When everyone's attention was on the competition between the two sides, Bin Xiaoqiang had already solved Fan the 11th in a one-on-one fight. The suppressed Fan the 11th had no chance to fight back, and could not get any help. After supporting for a while, he was killed. After killing Fan the 11th, Bin Xiaoqiang did not retreat to assist his teammates, but rushed forward directly. Kick forward with force, surpassed the limit of the skill to the high altitude. Zhu Shan said decisively in the team channel. Li Gurui did not hesitate anymore, and turned quickly while running, and then kicked the ball far into the Shenhua half. This kick was very powerful. The power displayed by the players in the game has exceeded the limit of human beings. The more force they use, the more effect they can get. The football immediately flew into the sky and then quickly flew into the Shenhua half. This is certainly not a sophisticated long pass, but as long as it is passed to the Shenhua half, that is enough. The audience in the stands saw it even more clearly. The football drew an arc in the sky and quickly flew towards Shenhua's half. Some Shenhua players who reacted in time threw out their skills, but Li Gurui's kick was almost equivalent to a high-altitude kick. The height of the football's flight had exceeded the limit of the skill, and it flew over their head in an instant, and then fell into Shenhua's half. Bin Xiaoqiang sprinted forward while observing the landing point of the ball. Shenhua's players wanted to retreat, but the extraordinary players naturally knew what time it was. They immediately rushed up and entangled Shenhua's players, making it impossible for them to return to defense smoothly. In this case, Bin Xiaoqiang successfully received the ball and then sprinted towards the opponent's goal. The situation of dribbling the ball one-on-one against the opponent's goalkeeper is a subject that every professional player must train. After all, in the game, such a situation occurs frequently, but it is an opportunity that every player on the field may encounter. How to quickly force the goalkeeper open and then score the goal is a required subject. For a core player like Bin Xiaoqiang, this is naturally something that can be done easily. Facing the goalkeeper, he sprinted forward and attacked the goalkeeper, using all his skills. With his level, he can create huge pressure. Shenhua's goalkeeper can only choose to retreat. Bin Xiaoqiang quickly retreated, caught the ball and kicked it into the goal of Shenhua before the goalkeeper of Shenhua returned to defense. This paragraph seems to be very long, but in fact, it is less than a minute in the game. In just 1 minute, the offensive and defensive momentum quickly reversed. Shenhua, which was originally pressing on the attack, lost a goal instead. From a possible 2-1 lead, it has become a 1-2 deficit now, and the one who caused this is undoubtedly Bin Xiaoqiang. Yimo and Fan Yuan looked at each other. They are not very old. Compared with Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing's, they are of the same generation. They are a little younger than Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing's. They belong to the generation suppressed by these two alls. For them, although the name Bin Xiaoqiang is very familiar, his glory is already a thing of the previous generation. They have not experienced the 2 years when Bin Xiaoqiang was at his most glorious. In the past few years of playing against Thunder, they only think that Bin Xiaoqiang is indeed a well-deserved god-level player, but compared with them, he is not particularly outstanding. Moreover, he is old and his skills have reached the limit, while they are still growing. In front of them who are constantly growing, Bin Xiaoqiang, who is not young, will only gradually fade out. And just now, they began to truly feel the level and strength of the top players of the previous generation. Can Bin Qi be compared with anyone in the god-level players of the previous generation, and has been strong until now? Will he be an easy person to deal with? Or has he really begun to be confused and always make mistakes? In fact, that was because when he found the opponent's flaws, he had no time to greet his teammates. Those flaws were detected by his keen intuition and experience. When he rushed for the first time, his teammates had to follow up and protect him quickly, even if there was not a good tacit understanding. As long as they protected him and let him complete what he wanted to do, that was enough. In those years, the Thunder's teammates have been able to do this, so Bin Qi performance has always been quite good. Even if he can't get the best results, he can always keep the Thunder, a team with overall strength only in the middle and lower reaches of the league, in a relatively decent position. As for the so-called decline in state last year, it's just that the Thunder's teammates no longer cooperate with him wholeheartedly. He does need the cooperation of his teammates to play his best level, but he doesn't have extremely high requirements for the strength of his teammates. What he wants is just to help him in time. The Thunder used to be able to give him such help, but now, they can no longer give him such help. At the same time, they also put all the responsibilities on him. Bin Qi never complained about this, because he also had an illusion that he was not good enough, so he was dragging the team down. You have to know that his intuition is not acquired by accumulating experience alone, but also requires extraordinary talent. In terms of operation, he is just an ordinary talent, so at the beginning of his career, he was not very impressive. It was not until he accumulated enough experience in many teams that his talent in this area was completely opened. The cheers of Fifen fans echoed in the stands. This wonderful goal made Fifen fans completely accept Bin Qi. They didn't know much about the god-level players before. After all, Fifen's core fans are mainly newcomers, and they lack awe for the players in the top league. The former members of the Kangen Guild are used to being frugal, so they think it is too extravagant to spend 120 million to buy a person who is worth so much. And now, whether it is the former Xiaobai of Fifen or the former Diozi of Kangen, at this moment they have to admit that value for money is value for money, and god-level players are god-level players. Bin Qi and Fifen's teammates high-fived to celebrate. "Boss, next time you do this, tell me in advance." I almost didn't react. Zheng Qi said to Bin Qi. Bin Qi laughed. "I can't make the decision on this matter. It's all a feeling at that moment." Bin Qi replied. "Wow, what's so awesome? Will I feel this way when I'm 32 years old?" Li Rui said loudly. "I don't know. After all, there are so many old guys of my age, and I have never seen anyone who can feel like me." Bin Qi laughed. "Talent, amazing." Fifen and a group of people began to praise Bin Qi. Bin Qi was in the middle, laughing happily. He finally found the feeling of rushing to fourth place in the Thunder. At the time, he was still young and it was the most glorious time. A group of brothers around him would follow him without hesitation no matter what he did. At the time, he was not the oldest player in the team, but even the old players would actively cooperate with his performance. Now, he is not the core of Fifen, but when he did not mention his characteristics and felt that he would attack when he had the chance, Fifen's players stood by his side without hesitation. This feeling is good. It feels good not to fight alone. The first half of the game ended not long after Bin Qi scored. When Zheng Qi showed that flaw, there were less than 2 minutes left before the end of the first half. Perhaps it was because of this that they unconsciously showed such a flaw. But Bin Qi caught it. The players of both sides left the field and prepared for the second half of the game. The players of Zheng Qi did not look good. The result of falling behind 1-2 inches the first half had never appeared in their minds before, while the Fifen players were more excited. It's not that they had not led before, but leading Jinfeng and leading Zheng Qi were two completely different concepts. Fifen's fans were also very happy. They shouted excitedly. Even if the Fifen players had returned to the locker room, they did not stop cheering. Similarly, Zheng Qi fans were a little depressed. They had the upper hand before, but the team fell behind in the first half. How much passion did they have to suppress Fifen? The performance of the audience can inspire the performance of the team, and similarly, the performance of the team can also stimulate the emotions of the audience. The two are complementary to each other, and neither exists independently. Proud of the team's performance, more passionate because of pride, and better performance because of passion. This is a virtuous circle, complementary to each other. Chapter 477. Is it luck? Did you do that attack in the first half consciously? After entering the locker room, Zhu Shan did not say much, but quickly asked Bin Xiaoqiang. Of course, my intuition told me that attacking Fang the 11th at the time could have the effect of opening up the situation. It was also because my teammates followed up quickly and helped me cover for a while that I was able to do this. Bin Xiaoqiang replied. Zhu Shan nodded. Although he had almost no experience in coaching in the Super League, he had accumulated a lot of experience in Kangkong. He had a lofty ideal and never gave up the pursuit of the top league, so he had always paid close attention to the performance of those outstanding players in the top league. At the time, he had noticed Bin Xiaoqiang. In terms of operation and character attributes, Bin Xiaoqiang was not the top among the god-level players. However, he often had brilliant performances in the game. Not only did he notice this, but others also noticed it. Although the Thunder's performance has not been very good since it led the Thunder to the top 4, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the Thunder's overall strength is relatively poor among the top 10 teams, and is even worse than many teams ranked lower. However, it has always been able to have outstanding performances, thanks to Bin Xiaoqiang's performance. At the time, Bin Xiaoqiang was always able to rely on his personal performance to help the team win, which was something that many people paid attention to. However, even if he himself could not explain why, it would be more difficult for others to judge. Performance in the game is also a kind of metaphysics. Many players who seem to be average in attributes and operations can perform better than others on the court. This is also a very common thing. After the Thunder and Bin Xiaoqiang performed poorly last year, everyone felt that Bin Xiaoqiang's state had begun to decline. After all, he was 32 years old, only now did Zhu Shan almost understand why this happened. Bin Xiaoqiang has a gift for intuition, but he himself doesn't know when this intuition will appear, so he can't prepare a matching tactic for it, and can only adapt to the situation. This is probably the reason why the Thunder, although they once reached a good height, have never been able to make any breakthroughs. At the time, they got 4th place, which was not much different from the top 3 Southern Shenhua Shinfen. They could be considered a team that won the championship, but they never approached that height again. There is no way to prepare matching tactics. Every game is like gambling on luck, gambling on when Bin Xiaoqiang's intuition will appear and then cooperate. Although Bin Xiaoqiang's intuition is indeed very sharp and appears in almost every game, it is not very reliable after all. If he loses a few times at critical moments, the whole season will be over. But now, Zhu Shan thinks this is very interesting. When Bin Xiaoqiang is on the court, everyone should stay closer to him. When he starts to attack the opponent's defense line, the closest to him should protect him in time. Do you understand? If we talk about judgment, then when Bin Xiaoqiang starts, the judgment of protecting him is the first priority, even if it conflicts with the tactics I arranged before. Do you understand? Of course, when he doesn't start, we still do what we should do. Zhu Shan thought about it and said. In other words, I'm a mobile core, right? Bin Xiaoqiang thought about it and soon understood what Zhu Shan meant. Zhu Shan nodded with relief. It was different to talk to an experienced old guy. He understood as soon as he said it. Yes, that's about it. In short, you are just an ordinary member of the team at ordinary times, but when you launch an assault, everyone else has to protect you, that's it. No problem. The extraordinary players knocked at one after another. This is indeed not an extra burden. Who can be a professional player? Whose reaction can be bad? It's just to temporarily protect Bin Xiaoqiang, there will be no problem. Seeing his teammates all expressed this, Bin Xiaoqiang nodded. He was slightly touched, not for anything else, but for such unconditional trust. This kind of trust existed in Thunder before, but now it is gone. There is nothing much to say about the tactics in the second half. After the second half begins, the field will change a lot, and the flames and the bumps underfoot will become bigger. Just pay attention. In this situation, we should pay more attention to Bin Xiaoqiang's performance, because there will be many mistakes in this situation. We seize the opponent's mistakes, which is a chance to score a goal. Do you understand? Fiffin's players knocked at one after another. There is nothing to say. In such a chaotic situation, both sides may score in an instant. Bin Xiaoqiang's intuition is more trustworthy. While discussing in Fiffin's locker room, Shenhua's locker room was naturally not idle. At the beginning of the first half, they had a considerable advantage, but Fiffin took the lead instead, which made Shenhua a little dissatisfied. Bin Xiaoqiang's performance is the key, but that attack, I think it was accidental. Fang Yuan said. He is an opportunistic attacker, so he has a high level of tactical judgment. However, from his perspective, Bin Shikai attack was not premeditated. It was indeed not premeditated, I think it was luck. Fang the 11th said. Although he was directly killed by Bin Shikai just now, which caused the whole team to be passive, he still remained calm. It's possible, but in my impression, Bin Shikai has many such seemingly unpredictable attacks, and they all succeeded in the end. There were only a few last year. Even if it was luck, we have to consider that there may be another lucky occurrence, Emo said after thinking for a while. No, we are good at attacking. If we put too much energy on defense, it will be putting the cart before the horse. Shenhua's head coach shook his head. Don't forget, we have to be in our position. It's not our style to defend reluctantly. Do you understand? Attack, better attack, use attack to defeat them. Shenhua's players nodded one after another. This was also said to their hearts. Shenhua's style has always been to attack, not to focus on defense. Moreover, now that they are behind, they still have to consider the problem of defense, so what about offense? After unifying their thoughts, Shenhua's players are ready to set off for the second half of the game. Emo thought about it and felt that what the coach said was indeed quite right, but he was still a little uneasy in his heart. Bin Shikai outbreak should be luck. This kind of attack without any signs is inherently unstable. Thunder's performance has always been mediocre and has something to do with this. They are all players who are very familiar with Bin Shikai, and they don't have particularly good results. What's more, he has just joined Fifan. That perfect attack just now was really just luck. After thinking about it, Emo confirmed his idea. What Shenhua needs is offense to turn the situation around, win this game, and strive to rush to the top of the standings. This will have a very positive significance for Shenhua's performance throughout the season. The second half of the game began. Shenhua's fans mustered up their remaining courage and began to shout loudly, ready to use their shouts to boost the morale of the team. Fifan's fans were not afraid either. They also used shouts to fight back. Although they were at a disadvantage, they were always able to occupy a place. In the second half, Fifan took the lead in attacking, and Shenhua started to intercept in the midfield, and the two sides fought fiercely. In such a frontal attack, the attacker has some advantages, but the defender is not much worse either. Shenhua players are experienced, and they have some advantages in overall offense and defense. The two sides entangled in the midfield for a while, and various unexpected situations began to appear. The ground was almost flicked over, the fatal flames randomly appeared everywhere, and even the random fog, which would bring great threats to the players of both sides. The bumps on the ground would make the players lose their balance, and after being burned by the flames, the players' physical value would drop by a considerable part, and the inhalation of thick fog would also bring various negative effects to the players, such as blood loss, sluggishness, and weakening. In such a situation, the players can only rely more on their own experience and perform better in an unfavorable situation. And Fifan's players undoubtedly suffered some losses in this regard, and their experience was not as good as that of Shenhua players. Although they are more familiar with this map, that little advantage is not enough for them to take advantage every time. Fifan's attack ultimately failed, which made Shenhua's fans very happy. However, Shenhua's next attack was also unable to break Fifan's defense. The two sides entangled for a long time. After several unexpected situations, Shenhua's luck was worse than Fifan's, and thus lost possession of the ball, giving back the chance to tie the score. Back and forth, the two sides were considered to have tied, but Shenhua's fans knew that they were the ones who were behind now. If they continued like this until the end of the game, Fifan would win, hold their attack this time, and then we will tie the score. Faced with such a situation, Emo showed the level that a captain should have. He shouted loudly, encouraging the morale of his teammates. It is not difficult to stop the opponent's attack. After all, the increasingly complex environment will bring more trouble to the attacking party. Emo was not wrong, but after a while of entanglement, Bin Shikai's intuition worked again. His sudden attack disrupted Shenhua's defense, and Fifan's players quickly followed up to form protection. Although the unexpected situation in the middle caused heavy losses to both sides, Shenhua's defense line completely collapsed because of this attack. Su Jing sent the ball to Bin Shikai in time, and Bin Shikai went straight in and scored another goal, 3-1. Shenhua, who was forced into a desperate situation, launched a fierce counter-attack, but at this time their situation was already very unfavorable. Before the end of the game, Bin Shikai's surprise attack intercepted the ball for Fifan, and then he sent the ball to the front court. Zheng Qi, who appeared in the front court in time, also went straight in and scored the fourth goal for Fifan to lock the victory. Fifan finally won the first victory of the league this season, and at the same time shattered Shenhua's hope of topping the list. Chapter 478. Leading a group fight. When the final whistle sounded, the excited shouts of Fifan's fans completely drowned out the entire stands. Shenhua's fans looked a little lost. It's not like they haven't lost before. Losing to a weak team is not a shame. Didn't they see Changfeng lose to Thongbang? But Fifan's previous results were worse than Thongbang's, and Shenhua's fans had high expectations for this game. They actually lost 1-4 inches this game, so it's inevitable that they will look a little lost. After being lost, they will be angry. The two players shook hands on the court. Yimo looked at Bin Shikai, not knowing what to say. This person is his predecessor. He made his debut in Shenhua when Bin Shikai led Thunder to 4th place. But Bin Shikai and Thunder went from bad to worse, and he grew into the captain of Shenhua. Every time they met Thunder, Shenhua had a high winning rate, so they inevitably looked down on this old guy who was already out of date. Now, this old guy who was already out of date has used 2 goals and several key performances to make Shenhua's first hope of topping the list in recent years fall through. We lost this game a little unconvinced. Yimo said to Bin Shikai. We also lost the first 2 rounds unconvinced, but losing is losing. This is the game, this is life. Bin Shikai said meaningfully. Yimo smiled bitterly, and then let go of Bin Shikai's hand. The game is over, of course, I have to go to the press conference. Many reporters flocked to the game. They began to have a strong interest in this game. After all, there were too many gimmicks to attract people. Shenhua, which had won 2 consecutive games, lost to Fifan, which had not won in 2 rounds. The team that wanted to win the championship lost to the newly promoted team. Bin Shikai, who was considered out of date, dominated the game. All of these were good materials for interviews. Whether a game is worth interviewing or not often has little to do with whether the 2 warring teams are strong. Whether there are some interesting things in the game is the key. As a result, the press conference was filled with many reporters. There are so many people today. Zheng Qi, who was attending the press conference, couldn't help but say this. He said this a little loudly, but it was not intentional, because according to his previous experience, there would not be so many reporters in Fifan's game. Half of them would be considered amazing. When these words reached the ears of the reporters in the audience, they were all a little ashamed, because many reporters had been constantly criticizing Fifan before, and now they came to the press conference eagerly. It seemed a bit embarrassing to say it out. Bin Shikai smiled. He had been prepared for this. After all, he had been through many battles. Fifan attended the press conference with head coach Zhu Shan, captain Zheng Qi, and Bin Shikai who played well in this game. The same number of people attended the press conference for Shenhua, including the head coach, Captain Yimo, and top player Fan Yuan. The result of this game is a bit unexpected. When a reporter said this, he was immediately interrupted by Zheng Qi. I don't think this game is an accident. Shenhua is a strong team, but we are not bad either. In our home court, anything can happen. Zheng Qi said. You also played 1 home game in the first 2 games, the reporter who was interrupted said unconvinced. So I said anything can happen. We're a young team with unstable performance. When we are good, we can beat a truly strong team like Shenhua, and when we are bad, we will lose to a mid-level team like Yushen. Isn't this normal? But we have strong strength and will gradually perform better in the following games. In the first year, we will not expect to challenge any championship, but don't underestimate us and think that meeting us means getting 3 points in advance. Zheng Qi smiled. Yimo beside him smiled bigly. He admitted that although Shenhua did not underestimate Fifan, in their plan, the 3 points were indeed a short thing. What happened? In this game, Bin Shikai's performance was very impressive. This kind of performance was rarely seen in Thunder last year, but now it reappears in Fifan. What's the reason? A reporter turned to Bin Shikai. I don't know, maybe it's luck. Bin Shikai shook his head and said. There was a low laugh among the reporters. Everyone knew what Bin Shikai meant by this, because in the past year, many people have said that Bin Shikai's outstanding performance in the past few years was all due to luck. Bin Shikai's words were undoubtedly a huge counter-attack against those black fans. 2 goals, 1 assist, and 3 key moments, he grasped them all. This is the performance of a well-deserved God-level player. Why did such a player not perform well in Thunder in the past year? This is indeed a question that makes people think deeply. We played well in this game, but Fifan did play very well. Senior Bin Shikai showed his peak state, which reminded me of some Thunder games I saw when I was a rookie. Why I saw less and less of this kind of performance later, I don't know. What we have to do now is to prepare for the next game. It's a pity to lose the opportunity to top the list, but we have to look forward. There are 38 rounds in the league. Emo, who was finally remembered by the reporter, didn't want to say anything after answering a few words. The loss of this game did have a big impact on them. Emo is now also worried about how to quell the fans' dissatisfaction. According to the situation of today's game, the outside of the field should have started a big fight at this moment. Shenhua has a large number of people, but Fifan also has a lot of people. This kind of fight is meaningless whether you win or lose. If you win, your team will also lose. If you lose, it means that you lose both the team and the guild. In any case, Fifan's victory is really encouraging. After 2 rounds of no-wins, defeating a weak team will not make people feel that it is a big deal, but defeating a strong team like Shenhua is really amazing. Under such circumstances, the fans of Fifan naturally felt very honored, so they soon clashed with the rather unhappy Shenhua fans, and a vigorous melee broke out in the stands. The calm ones had already left the field in advance, and the ones who stayed now are the most enthusiastic fans of both sides. And what about Zheng Qi and his team? After coming out of the press conference, seeing the melee, Zheng Qi laughed loudly, then waved his arms. "Brothers, let's go and fight them." Bin Shikai was a little stunned, and then he saw the Fifan players rushing out of the player-only channel like crazy, and rushed into the melee without hesitation. Young people, Bin Shikai sighed. When he was young, he also had such an impulse, but as a young player, he had to listen to the command of the captain and seniors. No professional player was willing to take action in such a chaotic scene. After all, in such a chaotic situation, even the top professional players could not protect themselves well. If they died, their equipment materials would also be exploded. Who is willing to bear such unnecessary losses? But Zheng Qi and his team rushed out, as if they were happy to have a group fight. But think about it, from top to bottom, Fifan is either a young grassroots or a player who has been in the middle and lower leagues for a long time. Of course, they have no scruples about such a scene. My blood seems to be boiling. Bin Shikai muttered, and then rushed out. Oh my god, Bin Shikai also rushed out. What kind of people are in this team? Fang Yuan couldn't help but shouted in amazement. Captain, should we rush out to help? A young player from Shenhua said eagerly. Emo glared at him. They are impulsive, so you follow them. Losing the game is already embarrassing, and we still rely on our numbers to bully them. I still have faith. After saying this, Emo contacted the boss of the Shenhua guild and asked him to try to restrain the members of the guild, arrange it layer by layer, try to gather the fans, vent it, and don't make it too big. The captain said so, and the bosses of each guild naturally followed up quickly and restrained the players. Such venting is only a matter of a moment. Once they are sober, no one will add fuel to the fire, and it will soon calm down. This game is no exception. Although the number of Fifan fans is much less than that of the other side, the morale is there. In addition, the senior executives have not seen much of the world, and they all participated in it after being excited. Under the organization, they did not suffer much loss. Of course, there are also many losses in this battle. In the PK in the myth area, the equipment downgrade materials dropped, but they cannot be recycled and have to be remade. I don't know how many members cried and felt sorry for their downgraded equipment. The guild can give some compensation in this regard, but it cannot let every player get full compensation, otherwise the entire guild warehouse will have to be emptied, and the compensation is only better than nothing. The senior executives of each guild began to urgently organize players to brush dungeons and fight for materials, trying to make up for the losses as soon as possible. It's great. It's still fun to vent this time. Leader Rui seemed very happy. Yeah, it was so cool. I rushed in and killed one with one move. Compared with the competition, it was so easy. Wang Yuanfen also laughed. You guys were so cool. Everyone died once, right? Leader Rui and Wang Yuanfen, you two died twice, and 5 or 6 legendary materials were dropped. Do you think I should deduct your salary? Sujing said dissatisfiedly. Deduct it, I'm happy anyway. Leader Rui muttered. TSK, I don't care about that little money. Wang Yuanfen said with a lot of money. Sujing lost her temper with these two guys and could only look at Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi coughed and said, well, calm down next time. Who are we? How can we bully those ordinary players? It's not like we're fighting for the boss. Pay attention, don't do that next time. Leader Rui and Wang Yuanfen agreed with a chuckle. Zheng Qi was the one who took the lead in rushing out. What should they be afraid of? Su Jing sighed helplessly, but everyone was very happy to win this crucial game. A little detail, forget it. Chapter 479 comments. After winning the first league match of the season, Fifen's situation began to improve. After winning this match, their points reached 4 points, and they got 3 goals against Shenhua, which also gave them some advantages among a bunch of teams with 4 points. The ranking rushed from 17th to 8th in one breath. The 2 teams below them had the same goal difference as them, but they scored fewer goals and were suppressed by them. Of course, they are only 1 point away from the relegation zone now. This is how it is at the beginning of the league, and the ranking is meaningless. After Shenhua lost this game, it slipped to 5th place, but Tinhe quietly won another 1-goal victory over Xinfeng and won the 3rd victory. Now, Tinhe can no longer be ignored, the only undefeated team since the start of the league, even if each game is only a 1-goal victory, but this also shows their strong control ability. The opponents in the first 3 rounds are mid-level teams like Qingquang and Yushen, and strong teams like Xinfeng, and they can win by 1 goal. What level is this? In the game, Tinhe showed that their team had been completely integrated. Li Qing's and Li Kaiyang's organization and dispatch were still excellent. Han Yiming added a powerful attack option to Tinhe, and Tinhe's tactical system became even more powerful. After lying dormant for a year and fallen behind Chengfeng for 2 years, is Tinhe going to rise? This is really not a rare thing. Li Qing's is only 28 years old now, which is the most golden age. Would it be strange to burst out again after lying dormant for a year or 2? In this case, even the news that Chengfeng defeated Chongsao was ignored, let alone the news that Fifen defeated Shenhua. Although Fifen's defeat of Shenhua seemed very gimmicky, but the small gimmick met the big gimmick, it was naturally believed. What is born at the wrong time? This is called being born at the wrong time. However, Fifen didn't care about this. Ranking improvement and getting points are real benefits. They really don't look down on temporary scenery. As long as they can keep winning, the eyes will naturally gather around. This is originally a complimentary thing. The media attention is all on Tinhe, which is a good thing. We can continue to train quietly, so as not to be affected by public opinion and ruin our plan. Meng Fan said to Zhu Shan. Ben Shikaiyang's performance gave me a good idea to spend this period of time. Otherwise, if we continue to lose like this, then this season will really be ruined. Zhu Shan laughed. Copy the Thunder's tactics at the time? Meng Fan asked. Yes, Bin Shikaiyang's strength has not declined, and he deserves such a position. Even after we are perfected as a whole, he will not retreat to the second line. We can fully integrate the 2 tactics, just like I said in the locker room. Zhu Shan then told Meng Fan in detail about the arrangement he made for the players in the locker room during the halftime break. I think Bin Shikaiyang's characteristics are actually very rare. If he went to a strong team at the time, such as a team like Nanguo Shenhua Xinfeng, they would have the ability to compete with Chengfeng Tinhe. Although he is the core, he is a very special core. There is no need to arrange tactics specifically for him. Temporary assistance is enough. It is very rare. Bin Shikaiyang himself didn't want to leave at the time. Meng Fan smiled. Yes, so it's a pity. Now, we have the opportunity to build such a team, Zhu Shan said excitedly. And it was built by me, I'm very happy. Well, this is a luck. Meng Fan nodded. Our opponent in the next game is Mingfen, so we can see if this approach works. Zhu Shan said. If we can cooperate well with Bin Shikaiyang, there will be no problem, even on the road. Meng Fan replied. I think so too. Zhu Shan said confidently. To the outside world, although Fifen won a game, and the victory was against a strong team like Shenhua, one game cannot explain anything. Thongbang also won Chengfeng, but they only won 1, tied 1 and lost 1 in 3 league games. The only one they won against Chengfeng was the one. The season has just begun, and it is normal for strong teams to have ups and downs. So subconsciously, the media almost ignored Fifen's performance until the start of the 4th round. Bin Shikaiyang continued his excellent performance in the previous game. In the game, his 2 wonderful performances allowed Fifen to score 2 goals, and at other times, Fifen suppressed Mingfen, so that Mingfen did not create any opportunities. Although Mingfen is not a strong team, it is also a team that has been in the Super League for a long time. The overall strength is quite strong, but it is still suppressed by Fifen from beginning to end, and then relying on Bin Shikaiyang's 2 performances, it defeated the opponent. I am very satisfied with the performance of the players. We are gradually adapting to the Super League. What about Ben Shikaiang's performance? There is no doubt that he has played his best now. As long as he continues, he will still be a well-deserved God-level player. At the press conference after the game, Zhu Shan talked freely. After winning 2 consecutive games, Fifan's ranking rose again by 1 place, ranking 7th. Although it only rose by 1 place, Fifan's position is much more stable now. In this round, strong teams such as Shenfeng Shenhua won one after another, but Shenfeng suffered a loss again, being tied by the opponent in the away game. Tianhe also failed to maintain its undefeated record and was also tied by the opponent. Fifan is now only 3 points behind Tianhe, the same points as Shenfeng. Now such a performance is already quite good. It was Nanguo who suffered a loss. They were defeated by Canning in the away game, and also had the same points as Fifan. Canning finally won a victory after 3 consecutive draws at the beginning. Li Yuan's defensor played a big role in this round. Only 4 rounds into the league, no team has been able to maintain a perfect record. The performance of strong teams has certain ups and downs. In the past few seasons, Chengfeng Tianhe performed well at the beginning, and then left other teams behind. The situation where the competitors were only each other has never appeared again. The ups and downs of the performance of strong teams means that the suspense of the league has begun to become greater. The media's judgment on this is very accurate. Tianhe's lineup and tactics are the most complete, so they have the best start. However, Tianhe's problem has not been completely improved, that is, lack of explosive power, and may lose some points that should not be lost. Chengfeng's strength has obviously declined, and its performance has begun to become unstable. Other strong teams such as Nanguo Shenhua Shenfeng Corning Tianlong, although they have strengthened their strength, but with the addition of strong players, they also need time to rebuild their tactics and let the players adapt to the new environment. It is normal for their results to fluctuate. The other mid- and lower-level teams didn't have much of a highlight. Zhongbang certainly beat Chengfeng, but it seemed more like Chengfeng had problems rather than how good they were. For example, they tied again in the 4th round. If they hadn't gotten 3 points from Chengfeng, they wouldn't have won a single game until now. As for Fifan, the media were collectively silent. They didn't quite know how to evaluate Fifan. If we look at the first 2 rounds of games, Fifan is just an ordinary newly promoted team with ordinary results and no surprises. It might be able to narrowly avoid relegation, but it wouldn't have any great achievements. However, they won 2 consecutive games, defeating strong teams and mid-level teams. The game against the strong team was a 4-1 victory, and the game against the mid-level team was a very natural 2-0 victory, showing a very good control ability. For such a team, if you praise them, it seems that there is nothing special to praise. If you criticize them, there is nothing worth criticizing. After all, as a newly promoted team, they are ranked 6th, which is already very good. The reporters were in a dilemma. They had to find a unique angle to better evaluate Fifan. Fortunately, they found such an angle. Fifan's recent 2 victories are closely related to Ben Shikaiang's performance. This god-level player fell into a slump last year and was abandoned by Thunder during the transfer period, but was bought by Fifan at a price that seemed incredible. This transfer was considered irrational by many people, but judging from these 2 rounds of games, Ben Shikaiang's strength is still fine. If we watch these 2 games carefully, we will have an illusion that we are seeing another Thunder, the Thunder from 2 years ago, with everyone surrounding Ben Shikaiang, and then Ben Shikaiang broke out several times to win the game. Obviously, such victories may not appear often, but as long as they continue to appear, it is enough for Fifan to stabilize his results and gain a foothold in the Super League. But we have to consider that the Thunder's best result was only 4th place 7 years ago. After that, they have been in the middle. Fifan is a team with great potential. There is no doubt about that. Their overall role attributes are the strongest. Otherwise, they would not have been able to defeat 5 super teams and win the China Cup last year. This team is capable of changing the Super League. If we take Ben Shikaiang as the core for temporary results, we can only see a mediocre team, which will not be a good thing for the future of the entire league. These guys really dare to talk nonsense. Wang Yuanfen said angrily while looking at the report. He still respects Ben Shikaiang. After all, no one can find fault with Ben Shikaiang's character. Therefore, although Ben Shikaiang has only been in the team for a short time, he has already gained a good popularity. Ben Shikaiang raised his head. He was also reading the reports. This is just the beginning. This is considered a compliment to me. When we continue to win and get some decent owners, they will have nothing to say. At this point, Ben Shikaiang laughed. From what they said, it seems that you are worse than me. But what's the truth? You are all champion team members. I have been here until now, but I haven't won a single championship. Chapter 480. Using extraordinary forces to train soldiers. Look at Bin Shikai, how good at talking. With just a few words, everyone no longer hates him, but thinks he is a good friend. Su Jing said to Zheng Qi with a smile. How great. He has a lot of experience and has been in so many teams. Of course, he knows how to get along well with others. Zheng Qi replied. Aren't you worried about being in stark contrast with you? Su Jing asked with a smile. TSK, I'm also very kind, everyone supports me. Zheng Qi waved his fist. It's best that you think so. I was worried that you would have a problem with Bin Shikai because of the loss. Su Jing nodded. You think too much. Am I the kind of person? Besides, brother Bin Shikai has no other ambitions. If he was really an ambitious player, we would not have wanted him at the time. We're a team that would rather have nothing than something bad. Zheng Qi said. In this way, I have more confidence in the next game. Su Jing said with a smile. Of course, what kind of team are we? Our goal is to win 5 championships. Even if we fail this year, we will always move towards this goal next year or the year after. How can I be unhappy because there are strong players in the team? Zheng Qi said. Okay, I'm a little woman, please help me. We have to play better in the next game. Su Jing said with a smile. No, I have no objection. You remind me like this often, so that I can know if I am doing the right thing. Zheng Qi said very seriously. But I am confident in the next game. We are getting more and more adapted to the rhythm of the Super League. Even if there is nothing special about the tactics, our personal abilities are much better than the Thunder at the time, right? Cooperating with Bin Shikai, there is no problem at all. If we win a few more games, the team will be more confident. After our level is improved, Cheng Tinhe and Nanglo Kshinf are waiting for us to deal with them one by one. So confident. Of course, how can I not have confidence? The extraordinary 2 victories are not very pleasing in the eyes of the media, but in the eyes of opponents in the league, they have already begun to be taken seriously. These 2 victories are real and there is no luck involved. Bin Shikai is famous in the league. To underestimate such a god-level player is simply a matter of seeking death. You have to know that Bin Shikai is not a flash-in-the-pan god-level player. Even though he has always been controversy about his strength, no matter what, he has been the offensive core of the Thunder since he regained his foothold in the Thunder. He has maintained excellent performance and data for several years. Of course, no one dares to underestimate such a player. At least Fifan's opponent in the 5th round, King Quang, will never underestimate Fifan or Bin Shikai. King Quang has a good start this year, it can even be said to be very good. In the first 4 rounds, they won 2 games, tied 1, and lost 1. The loss was the first round loss to Tinhe, and the tie was a tie with Kshinfen. In the remaining 2 games against Lingdong and Jianman, 2 mid-level teams, they defeated their opponents. Now they are tied with Fifan, and are 1 place higher than Fifan in terms of goal difference. For King Quang, a team that has been in the middle for a long time, such a start can be said to be quite good, and Zheng and Yuan Kong, who returned this year, played a very important role in the game. King Quang changed the team last year and this year, and also changed the coach. Their current players are mainly young people. Xilai is their captain, and Yuan Kong and Zheng are Xilai's best helpers. These 3 core players are only in their early 20s, which is a rare thing in the Super League team. And this year's good start has made King Quang determined to continue the idea of rejuvenation. In fact, during the summer transfer, in addition to introducing Yuan Kong and Zheng through Xilai, they were also interested in Bin Shikai. However, after spending 60 million on Yuan Kong and Xilai, their finances were also a bit strained, so the offer to Lei Tim was not high, only 40 million. When Lei Tim hesitated, Fifan offered a sky-high price of 120 million, and then there was no more. However, King Quang's original intention was just to think that the team was too young and needed a famous veteran to lead them, so the demand for Bin Shikai was not particularly strong. After being snatched away by Fifan, they did not feel too disappointed, but introduced 2 less famous but reliable and good-natured veterans to maintain the experience and psychological quality of the team. This way of forming a team is the safest way to form a mid-level team. If after 1 or 2 years, core players such as Xilai, Yuan Kong and Zheng can grow into real god-level players, then some more outstanding players can be introduced to challenge for owners and championships. After all, it is very difficult to buy god-level players, and cultivating them by yourself is a matter of luck, and the foundation of frivolity is not very good, so it is naturally better to be safe. This game will be very difficult for us. Yuan Kong and Zheng Qi are both aware of Fifan's level. They possess very strong strength, although Yuan Kong and Zheng Qi cannot reveal the specific details due to confidentiality clauses. We can also analyze that the attributes of each of their players have reached the level of a god-level account, which is unique in the league. If Fifan's players were not still in the process of adaptation, their results would not be so fluctuating. I introduced Fifan's situation, and the recent 2 consecutive victories prove that before the team fully adapted to the new environment, they also found an effective way to win, and that has been Zheng performance. I'm sorry to tell you, we don't have any good way to deal with Zheng's performance. After all, in the past few years, the entire league has no good way to control his characteristics, and neither do we. The frivolous players looked at each other, feeling a little uneasy. Without a good countermeasure, wouldn't we have already determined to lose before the battle? Don't worry, everyone. We just need to play at our own pace in this game. In this respect, we are similar to Fifan. We're a young team. Accumulating experience is more important than temporary victory or defeat. Do you understand? We do have to strive to win this game, but as long as we use all our strength in the confrontation with them and get more familiar with the atmosphere of competing with high-attribute opponents, that's enough. A loss won't cause us any problems. As long as we can learn something, it's not a failure. At this point, I laughed. Anyway, with our strength, we won't be relegated, right? Hearing the captain say this, the frivolous players all laughed in support. However, this is indeed the truth. The 3 core players of King Quan now have attributes exceeding 800 points and all have god-level accounts. In other words, they all have the potential to become god-level players. The others are obedient and can compete around them. As long as they can perform normally, there will be no big problem in relegation. In this case, they really don't need to worry about the victory or defeat of 1 or 2 games. As long as they play well and accumulate experience, that's enough. But although they said this to the players, I and the other 3 were a little worried about this game when they discussed it behind closed doors. I'm not afraid of losing, I'm just afraid of losing too badly, the others are too young. Yuan Kong sighed. Yeah, Fifan and his gang, they must be holding back to give us a hard time. Zheng Qi also sighed. Those guys are not bad people, but if they really get angry, they will definitely beat us to death. Are they really that good? I asked. Yes, they are very good. Zheng Qi's level is quite good. Let's put it this way, although I don't have much experience, I have never seen a player as good as him. Even the top players in Team Head are not as good as Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi said after thinking for a while. What? Not as good as Li Qing's? I was really shocked. Well, that's not what I meant, boss. Li Qing's is a supporting core after all, and it's hard to compare him. Zheng Qi, on the other hand, doesn't seem to be that great, but he's very good at taking advantage of loopholes, has enough cooldown, and can kill with 1 strike. But if you put him on the front battlefield, he can be quite brutal. Yuan Kong said quickly. That's really amazing, at least not what we can imagine, I sighed. So, I'm afraid that those guys will beat us too hard, and it will be bad for others to lose their fighting spirit. Yuan Kong and I don't care. We know what level they are at, and we won't have any psychological pressure even if we lose badly. At most, we will feel a little embarrassed. Zheng Qi added. Well, this is a problem, but I don't think they can exert their full strength in this game. After all, they are still adapting to the Super League. It's not like you two, who joined in, but the whole team has to adapt again. Every opponent is an unprecedented strong team they met last year, and it's not so easy to adapt. As long as they are more rational, they will play the same way as before. I said after thinking about it. Well, surrounding Bin Shikai, this style of play is actually quite passive, and it's unlikely to have a very good burst. Instead, we can better fight them head-on, and experience the pressure of fighting against your god-level account firsthand, which is very helpful for our other players. Yuan Kong thought for a while and said. That's it. In the next game, we will keep the same tactics and fight them. Adapt to the game map, adapt to the opponent, and use Fifan as our leveling tool. I laughed. Ha ha ha, what you said is really interesting, boss. Zheng Qi couldn't help laughing. What else can we do? After all, we have to prepare for defeat. I sighed. Fifan needs to grow, so do we. It's just that their potential is much greater than ours. Chapter 481. Pretending to be arrogant. Ha 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 ha. Now we're going to meet Zheng Qi and Yuan Kong. We have to behave better and kill them. Li Rui shouted in the club. Hey, they left peacefully at the time, let's not make it so tense. Zheng Qi tried to ease the tense atmosphere. TSK, those two guys left as soon as they said they would, and now they're ranked the same as us with King Kwang. How can we bear it if we don't beat them up? Li Rui said. Well, there seems to be some truth in what you said, Zheng Qi said, stroking his chin. Isn't it? I said that what I said must be reasonable. Li Rui said proudly. Publicly, they now have the same points as us, and are ranked one place higher than us. Of course, we have to work hard to beat them. Privately, we also have to vent our anger. Shadow rarely speaks so reasonably. I support you. Wang Yuanfen said. What are you talking about? I usually speak reasonably, okay? Li Rui said with his eyes wide open. Everyone else laughed, as if to give Li Rui a face. You always speak reasonably. Stop kidding, but everyone, we really need to try our best to win this game, but it can't affect our plan. Play as usual and focus on Bin Shikai to launch the attack. Do you understand? Zhu Shan set the tone for this game. I understand. It's not that we didn't have the strength before, but we didn't have an effective offensive routine, so we were a little confused on the court. Now, it won't happen. With our strength, except for a few strong teams in the league, there is really no team that can easily beat us. Zheng Qi smiled. Meng Fan nodded slightly. Zheng Qi may seem very exaggerated at other times, but his vision is very accurate. This statement is even more incisive about the problems that Fifen faced before. Fifen's personal ability is actually not a defect. Each of them is a god-level account. Even if the operation is a little worse, it will not be too much. Moreover, they have obtained these accounts for at least half a year. As professional players, their operation itself is guaranteed. After more than half a year of adaptation, it is naturally impossible to fully play the characteristics of the account, but it is not a problem to play better than ordinary accounts. Under such circumstances, the personal ability of Fifen players is not inferior to any strong team, let alone compared with the typical midstream teams. They suffered losses in the first two rounds. In addition to the degree of adaptation to the top league, Fifen has been conducting personal training. It is also a key to bring out every bit of potential. Although such high-intensity personal training can squeeze out the full potential of young players as quickly as possible, it also seriously affects the team's tactical drills. For this reason, they even gave up the precious pre-season tactical training and warm-up opportunities. Paying such a high price is, of course, to gain more in the future. When each player can show his true level, and with excellent tactical confrontation ability and familiarity with the map, Fifen will be a true king. This period of time will obviously not be too short. At least in Zhu Shan's opinion, this is not a problem that can be solved in 1 or 2 months. It will take at least half a year to see results, and it may even take a whole season of results to make them truly grow up. Such a price is very high, but it is worth it. After all, by next year, Fifen may have a team composed entirely of god-level players and quasi-god-level players. Such a strong lineup is a team that has never appeared in the entire professional league from ancient times to the present. In the early stages of the professional league, there was a so-called top lineup composed of all god-level players. However, at the time, the lineup and tactics were unstable. It was common for a team that figured out a new tactic to be invincible in a short period of time, sweeping everything, and then after the tactics were cracked, it quickly became obscure. The dream lineup of the era was indeed nothing. And now if Fifen has a dream lineup, it is not superficial, but a serious top lineup. For such a result, it is worth paying a high price. However, Bin Shikai outstanding performance allowed Zhu Shan to see the effective way of playing before the team really grew up. This is very important. Any team in that top league has its own set of tactics, which is their guarantee for grabbing points. The player's sudden performance and specific tactical targeting are all special tactical arrangements, just like when Fifen faced Cheng in the China Cup final. This special tactical arrangement is okay to use occasionally, but it would be exhausting to use it in every game. Therefore, a set of effective tactics can play a good role in most of the games, so that the players know what they should do and what their tasks are on the field. This is very important. The game maps of football era are very large, and there are many players on both sides. In many cases, the head coach cannot command everyone. Every player subconsciously knows what to do at what time, so that the whole team can run more smoothly. Fifen didn't have such a tactic before, so they suffered a lot in the first 2 rounds. In fact, they never hit such a tactic. They won several tough battles by arranging extremely subtle tactical details. This style of play is of course not replicable. Now, Bin Shi Qiang has provided such an opportunity. Zheng Qi and Yuan Kong, you two will die. Zheng Qi laughed wildly. Hearing the captain shouting like this, the players certainly wouldn't be polite. They all shouted, as if the 3 points against King Quan were already in their pockets. King Quan was a mid-level team in the past, similar to Lei Tim Jian Man, but they and Lei Tim both declined in performance last year and were almost relegated. This year, they both started to upgrade and now seem to be doing well. King Quan is now 7th, and is ahead of Fifan. Luting is 14th. However, considering that they met two strong teams, Corning and Shenhua, in the first 4 rounds, it is not a shameful result to get 4 points in 4 rounds. At least under the premise of upgrading, their performance is not shameful. But in Zheng Qi's view, even if King Quan's upgrading is successful, they are still weak as a whole, and are far behind Shenhua. Fifan has even beaten Shenhua, so how can he not beat King Quang? What's more, this game is Fifan's home court. Of course, being able to beat a strong team does not mean being able to beat a weak team. This is the uncertainty of the game, but Zheng Qi doesn't care about this. He thinks he can win, so he can win. So before the game started on this day, when the players from both sides met on the court, Zheng Qi's arrogant look made all the King Quan players see it. Hey, you're even with us now. Yuan Kong said to Zheng Qi. So what? Didn't you see that we even beat Shenhua? Beating you is a piece of cake. Zheng Qi laughed and said. Really? I didn't expect that you have been in the professional league for more than a year, but you were getting more and more ignorant of the world. Xilai looked at Zheng Qi and asked curiously. There was no malice in his words, but he and Zheng Qi were old acquaintances. They met in District 108. At the time, he felt that although Zheng Qi was jumpy, he was very cunning and would never show his true thoughts so easily. Brother, haven't you seen my achievements in the past year? Zheng Qi said arrogantly. Now even King Quang and other players couldn't stand it. They were also very young and admired Xilai. Seeing Zheng Qi so arrogant in front of Xilai, they really couldn't stand it. Xilai raised his hand to stop their dissatisfaction and smiled at Zheng Qi. Then let's compete on the field. This guy is very calm. We should be careful not to capsize in the ditch. Zheng Qi said in the team channel. Zheng Qi deliberately made such a high profile to irritate us. We're inferior to them in individual attributes, but we are strong in overall tactics. Overall tactics require a calm mind to be better utilized. We should not fall for his trick. Xilai said in the team channel. The words of the two of them in that team channel were naturally heard by the audience. Whether it was the frivolous fans or the extraordinary fans, they all felt that their captain was far-sighted and shrewd, and was simply too trustworthy. Compared with other games, this game was played half a day earlier. Many veterans in the Super League who watched this game watched the conversation between the two and side at the same time. The Yangtze River's back waves push the front waves. The young people nowadays are so cunning and thoughtful. It will really be more and more difficult to get by in the future. Many veterans side like this. Indeed, the captains of both sides are very young, just 22 years old. At this age, many players have just gained a foothold in the first team, but they're already the leaders of the first team, and the psychological quality and ability to verbally confront that they, the old players, feel a little surprised. This match may be worth watching. Many people thought so in their minds. However, Lu Li in the stands was very dissatisfied. Only 5 million people came to this match, and we only have 4 million. The income has shrunk so much in a short time. These people are really unreliable. Lu Li sighed. After all, not every match is a focus match. The number of spectators we have now is considered normal. Sui King went to comfort Lu Li. Yes, as long as we continue to win, there'll certainly be more and more fans watching the game. Wei Jiangshan said happily. He was quite satisfied with the current situation. CSS Kushanda Western Novela on Canal Distinta Mundo Fanfic Novelas, Significat Lo Discarda and Y Subir and Sinisfuet Sot Invitamos Cordialmente Visitar Nuestro Canal. Mundo Fanfic Novelas all encontras la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 482. To bullying. Since it was the home court, Fifan would not let King Quan get away with it. They had to bring out their home advantage. The match Yushan arranged for this game was Wakanao. The complex terrain, the gradually burning flames, and the completely blocked side made this map very difficult. At this point, Fifen took advantage again, although they had little experience in the top league, and had only accumulated a little in the last few games. In terms of experience, most of King Quang's players were young players, generally with only 1 to 2 years of professional league experience, which did not have any advantage over Fifen. Even on the map, they seemed a little inexperienced compared to the average Super League players. In such a situation, Fifen's shortcomings would not be exposed, but his advantages could be brought out very well. Whenever such a situation occurred, Fifen's performance always seemed very good, which was a routine. So, after the game started, Fifen's players took the absolute initiative on the field for the first time in a Super League game. Absolute initiative is very difficult to obtain, which means complete suppression from individuals to the whole. They had never done this when they played against the weak team Jinfen. At the time, they had an advantage on the field, but it was difficult to convert it into a winning advantage. But in this game, they did it surprisingly. After the game started, the two sides divided their forces and advanced. There were many granaries in Wakanao, which blocked most of the passages. Only 3 passages were smooth, which greatly compressed the space for the players to move. However, the setting of Wakanao granaries can be climbed over. It's just that climbing over is more difficult. At the same time, flames will randomly appear in the granaries. Once you are burned by the flames on the top of the granary, it is basically 90% dead. From that height, even if you fall down, you will be seriously injured and unable to move. If there are teammates around, they can help rescue you. If there are enemies, the opponent can kill you with just one knife. If there are no enemies and no teammates, that is to wait for a minute in place, and wait until the physical value recovers to be able to move before moving. In the state of serious injury, skills cannot be used. Therefore, in general, few people would risk doing this during a match, because both sides basically divided their troops and hit several people together. A sneak attack by 1 or 2 people would not have any effect and would also involve great risks. As for the attacking side, they would not do this even more. To climb up the granary, they would have to use some skills, and no one could climb over with the ball. The one who kicked off the game was frivolous, so they did not divide their troops, but concentrated on a certain road and began to attack. This was a good point for the attacking side. The attacking side had the initiative and could not divide their troops, but the defending side had to divide their troops. Otherwise, if they were attacked by the opponent, they would have no ability to resist. However, the defending side was not without a solution. Since the granary could be climbed, it would be no problem to send 3 people to occupy the high ground and observe the opponent's movements. The complexity of the terrain would play a huge role in a melee, but there would be no such problem when the two sides were not fighting. Leader Rui, Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi climbed up the granary at the same time and occupied the high observation point. This was not a problem for them. There was no professional player who could not climb to a high place, it just depended on the length of time. Obviously, the 3 contestants of Fifen are good at climbing. Leader Rui is the best climber. He climbed up to the central granary the fastest and looked out from a distance, taking in everything. They didn't split up and are attacking along the left side, Leader Rui reported. Are you sure? Zheng Qi asked. Confirmed, all 10 of them are here, Leader Rui replied. Maybe it's possible to let the gatekeeper launch a sneak attack. Zheng Qi muttered. Senator stays behind, Xiao, you continue to look out from the heights, and come to support when the opportunity arises. The others follow me. Fifen's contestants followed up at the same time, and 9 of them headed for the main force of the other side. Leader Rui didn't leave for the time being because he wanted to observe the other side's movements at any time, in case the other side turned and missed. When the two sides were about to come into contact, it was time for him to go over to support, and as the fastest climber, he could completely attack from behind as a surprise force. The two sides soon met in the passage in the granary, and the number of people on both sides could be seen at a glance. Seeing that there were only 9 people on the other side, Xilai knew that Fifen was using the most common defensive method. On this map, at the beginning, it was nothing more than the attacker being able to create a time difference, have a numerical advantage in a short period of time, and after gaining a certain advantage during this period, they could then push forward and take the initiative. It seems there is no conspiracy. Xilai thought to himself. In this case, there was no need to be polite. Although the individual strengths of the Fifen players were excellent, they had a numerical advantage of 1 person, and the passage of Wakanao was not a very narrow passage, so their numerical advantage could be fully deployed. The two sides immediately strangled each other. In such a group confrontation, the battle was about tactical details and the individual operations of the players, plus the team's ability to cooperate. That is, the battle was about the hard power of a team rather than other things. Although Fifin was very good in this aspect, he might not be able to play it out. This was where Xilai's confidence lay. However, after the encounter, both sides had people in the front, some assisted on the flanks, and some assisted in the back. After playing like this for a while, Xilai was shocked to find that King Kuang had no advantage at all in front of Fifin, but was suppressed by the opponent. The same confrontation, the same assistance, the same cooperation, in such a hard fight without any pretense, Fifin took the advantage. These guys are really amazing. Xilai sighed in his heart. This was something he had expected. After all, even in the first 2 rounds of the game, Fifin was not at a disadvantage in such a confrontation. It was just that they were a little impatient, so they were caught by the experienced opponents. Keep entangled, don't give them a chance. Xilai gave the order, and the coach meant the same thing. Fifin is not an opponent that can be easily defeated. It is much easier to entangle them and wait for the opponent to show a flaw. Of course, it is also possible that our team will accidentally reveal a flaw and then be caught by Bin Xiaoqiang, and then score a goal. This is the time to fight for performance. No matter how accurate Bin Xiaoqiang's intuition is, he needs a chance to play it. When Li Qing's became famous in the first battle, he used excellent tactical organization without revealing a flaw, and then defeated the Thunder, which had a very good performance at the time, like a millstone. While leading Team Head to rise, he also made Thunder begin to completely become a mid-level team. Although King Kuang is far from being able to avoid showing flaws like Team Head, they can work in this direction, which is also a great opportunity to train the team. No matter how good the training is, it is just training. To really train the team and improve its strength, it still has to be in actual combat, not other things. Extraordinary individual training and group training are just to make the players better adapt to their accounts and familiarize themselves with the map. Otherwise, Zhu Shan would not have taken a year off to let the team grow. If you can really rely on training to continuously gain experience points and upgrade, then why would it take a year? Half a year is enough for a newcomer to reach the maximum level of 100. The frivolous tactics changed, and began to slow down the rhythm of the attack, and entangled with Fifin on the field. The timing of their change was just right. Just as they started to entangle with Fifin, leader Rui, who had worked hard to climb over at least 4 granaries, appeared behind them, ready to attack. However, in the face of the situation of being on high alert, he did not get any benefits and could only go back the same way in disgrace. In this way, Xilai felt that Fifin might show some impatience, but after entanglement for a while, Xilai found that the other party did not change at all. He is very patient. Xilai muttered. The coach's consolation came in time. This is normal. After all, they have 4 league games of experience, and they've won 2 consecutive games recently. They are confident and naturally won't be too anxious. However, they are a young team after all. If they don't get anxious now, they will always reveal their flaws. Just keep fighting. The frivolous players still listened to the coach's words. Although Xilai knew, the coach knew, Yuan Kong and Zheng Qi also knew that if they continued to fight, Fifin would definitely have more opportunities than King Kuang, but at least they could train the team well, and if they really kept fighting, who said that Fifin wouldn't have any problems? Xilai had a good idea, but he didn't expect that Fifin would soon be unwilling to fight with them. If they wanted to fight, of course the space would be larger, and the distance between the players would also be larger. This is a very normal thing. If the number of players on both sides is equal, it is impossible to easily create an overwhelming advantage in the number of people in a certain place. In fact, this is an opportunity that both the attacker and the defender must try their best to create, to form an advantage in the number of people in a certain place, and then eliminate the opponent's living force, thus creating an overall advantage. Fifin certainly couldn't do this easily, but they used another method. When Yuan Kong was assisting his teammates in attacking, Zheng Qi came out from the side and entangled him. The two fought all the way and fought further and further away. Zheng Qi wanted to support Yuan Kong, but Zheng Qi rushed over head-on. His offensive was always very fierce. Zheng Qi also knew this. He did not dare to neglect it at all and could only take it seriously. Unconsciously, he was also pulled away by Zheng Qi. Before Xilai had time to do anything, the 2 most important assistants had been cut out of the opponent's lineup. Xilai was a little stupid. Now King Kuang had lost many veterans this year, and the Yuan Kong and Zheng Qi introduced with a core, forming an iron triangle with him. The others played around these 3 people. Now 2 of the iron triangle were pulled away. How could he take care of the rest? This is a cutting tactic aimed at the opponent's key players. Xi, who understood this, just wanted to curse. Fifan's approach of hurting others with his own strengths just hit King Quang's soft spot, but played their advantages. It's true bullying. Chapter 483. Explosion in Stalemate. Xi was not the first person to curse in his heart that Zheng Qi, or Fifan, was too bullying when he met him, and he was definitely not the last one. After all, before Fifan came out of nowhere, there was really no such abnormal team in the league that could have so many character accounts. As the saying goes, if you compete with them as a whole, they will compete with you individually. Use a single non-important player to entangle your core players, so that other players will lose their backbone and be able to defeat them better. In fact, this tactic, with the level that Fifan can show as a whole now, is not very sure against other Super League teams. Those teams have stable lineups and rich experience. Even if the core is entangled, the others can still play their own good level. Just like when playing against Shenhua, Fifan had tried his best to entangle several of their core players, but with little effect. Yimo, a core of overall organization and auxiliary, is difficult to be entangled. After all, Shenhua protects him very well, and Fan Yuan is an opportunist. There is no point in you entangle him. As for Fan the 11th, his role is to connect the attackers, and he can't play a role by separating. To be frank, the core players of these top teams are not afraid of being targeted. If they could be easily targeted, these top teams would have been seen through and defeated by other teams. However, for relegation teams like Thongbang, there is no specific core, so this cutting tactic is useless. When it was useful before, it was mainly used against teams like Hongyuan, which rely heavily on core players and others are at a loss after the core players are targeted. The situation of King Quang is different from other teams. They actually have great potential and the team as a whole is quite outstanding. However, after a major change this year, they are mainly composed of young players and really rely on these 3 young players. And they've not been together for a long time. In the face of unreasonable cutting like Fifan, they really have no resistance. However, Xi did not think that the other party was despicable and shameless. What is a competitive game? It is to use all means to defeat the opponent within the scope allowed by the rules. This is called competition. Fifan did not violate the rules, and everything he did was reasonable. In this case, Xi made a decision on the spot. This was not a difficult decision, but when the frivolous players heard it, they knew that they had no tactical solution for this game. Xi's arrangement was very simple, with only 4 words. Fight on their own. To put it bluntly, everyone should try their best to show their abilities under the opponent's suppression and adapt to the difficult situation under the suppression of the god level account. Xi did not want to give up the game so early, but in this confrontation, Yuan Kong and Zheng were successfully cut off by the opponent, so they really had no ability to resist. In such a situation, of course, they would get back whatever they could. If the frivolous players were all old-timers, they would definitely lose their fighting spirit after hearing such a command. Why waste their energy? However, the frivolous players are now young people. Xi also explained to them in detail what they need to consider in this game, so they did not hesitate too much, but started to fight with Fifan. The so-called one-person fighting hard is invincible. Of course, this is just an exaggeration. When the frivolous players put down other burdens and started to fight with the Fifan players, they can also bring great lethality. However, the extraordinary players did not feel any trouble because of this. They also fought against each other happily, fully enjoying the pleasure of suppressing the opponent with their attributes. Of course, they are not sadists, but such a confrontation is not only a good opportunity for the frivolous to exercise themselves, but also a good opportunity for the extraordinary players to exercise themselves. In actual combat, it is also a good opportunity for them to adapt to their roles better. Although the frivolous players are young and somewhat inexperienced, they are players in the Super League after all. Compared with the opponents they have encountered in the first-class league, they are better in operation and their ability to play their role attributes is also better. Fighting against such opponents is also a good opportunity for them. The 2 sides fought lively in the midfield for a full 3 minutes, and the extraordinary players began to gradually gain the upper hand, chasing and attacking an opponent until they were sent out of the field. In the game of the football era, it is better to break 1 finger than to injure 10 fingers. Sending 1 person out of the field is much more important than reducing the physical value of several opponents. In the confrontation, the frivolous players were sent off the field one by one. Seeing that his teammates had all left, Xi could only refresh the football and look for a chance to find it. Unfortunately, as a last resort, this can only rely on 1/3 of luck, and the more people on their side are fewer than the other side, the lower the possibility of refreshing at a position closer to their side. Generally, the football that will be found first by the losing side is refreshed by a surprise attack when the losing side has more people. This time is no exception. After the players on both sides dispersed, Fifen could search everywhere with confidence, while the frivolous players did not dare to rush out to search easily. After all, if the other side found the football first and then launched an attack, then their defense line would appear very empty. When the Fifen players found the football and began to gather together to organize the attack, the frivolous players had all retreated and were ready to fight. Losing possession of the ball is of course a disadvantage, but if you can defend against the opponent's next attack, it is equivalent to turning the disadvantage around. Being close to their goal, the defender is passive, but it also has certain advantages. When a professional team starts a tenacious defense in front of the goal, even a strong team like Team will find it difficult to tear through their defense line easily. After all, if they can't attack wholeheartedly, once there is a little negligence, the opponent will make up for the loopholes. If they are too devoted to the attack, once they rush forward and are hit by the opponent, the attack will be resolved. Of course, now Zheng is not too worried about this defensive tactic, because they have two strong players who can break the formation, and defending is not of much use to them. Fifen is not afraid of the opponent's defenser. Attack steadily, don't make mistakes, and be ready to support Bin Xiaoqiang at any time. Zhu Shan said in the team channel. During the midfield confrontation just now, Bin Xiaoqiang did not play, but rested off the court. Now he was replaced on the court. Fifen's current tactics are very crude and very targeted. When attacking, let Bin Xiaoqiang play and wait for him to find the opponent's flaws. This kind of relying on luck is of course unscientific, or it can be said to be quite simple, but after combining with Bin Xiaoqiang's almost heaven-defying intuition, it seems a bit unsolvable. Even Bin Xiaoqiang himself can't explain why he has such an intuition, but relying on this alone, he has become one of the top god-level players, and his power can be seen. Although this approach seems very uncertain and makes it difficult for a team to reach the peak, at this stage, it is the most suitable tactic for Fifen. What's more, the teammates around Bin Xiaoqiang now are not comparable to the teammates of Thunder in the past. After all, although those Thunder players are very cooperative with Bin Xiaoqiang, their own strength is relatively limited, and their character attributes are just the level of ordinary Super League players. It is not only Bin Xiaoqiang's characteristics that have an upper limit, but also their attributes. And now, a group of god-level accounts. Under such circumstances, Bin Xiaoqiang's level has certainly declined compared to his peak period, but he is not a player who relies on operation to make a living. His best part has not declined, but has become more sophisticated. The two sides started a fight in front of King Quang's door. Fifen has the advantage in attributes, while King Quang has the advantage of terrain. Fifen can kill the opponent first in the confrontation, but King Quang's support is much more convenient than theirs. In such a fight, the two sides are fighting to see who makes a mistake first, but at the beginning of the game, when everyone is very focused, big mistakes are rare. However, small mistakes, even mistakes that are not mistakes, will always happen. Bin Xiaoqiang is such a player who can seize the opponent's small mistakes. He can directly feel the next few steps. When he launches an attack from a certain position, perhaps no one can see his intention. Until he successfully completes what he wants to do, others will understand why he does it. Of course, if he needs to sacrifice in the middle, he will sacrifice without hesitation. Whether he can seize the gap depends on the vision of his teammates. This is the case this time. When Bin Xiaoqiang started to cut in, the extraordinary players protected his two wings in time, but Bin Xiaoqiang was still surrounded by the opponent after he broke in. Xilai gave an order, and the frivolous players all focused their fire on Bin Xiaoqiang. Bin Xiaoqiang didn't even react and was killed and left the field. However, Zheng Qi, who was following Bin Xiaoqiang, discovered the overall mistakes of the frivolous team. They gathered too many players in a small space. Zheng Qi rushed over and activated Yesen's big move to make an alliance. The frivolous players within the skills range all rushed towards Zheng Qi involuntarily, and when they gathered together, even a blind man knew that this was a good time. Su Jing and Zheng Qi's large-scale skills exploded among this group of frivolous players at the same time. The other extraordinary players began to focus their fire on the frivolous players one by one under Zhu Shan's command. When the big move effect of the alliance disappeared, at least 6 frivolous players left the field. The next thing was simple. Chapter 484. The method of substitution. The ball went in. 1-0, Fifen took the lead at home. The one who scored for them was Zheng Qi, but it is worth noting that before the goal, Bin Shikai advance and Zheng Qi's attraction laid the foundation for Fifen's absolute advantage. Bin Shikai had a good grasp of the timing, and Zheng Qi's follow-up was even better. What a wonderful goal! The commentator praised the goal. He saw a lot in this goal. Bin Shikai's advance seemed unreasonable from the beginning. In fact, he was soon surrounded by the opponent. Even if Fifen's players tried their best to protect him, they could not avoid him being killed by the frivolous players. However, his sacrifice gave his teammates an excellent opportunity, allowing the frivolous players to gather together in large numbers. At this time, if his teammates could notice it in time, it would be a perfect tactical cooperation. If his teammates did not notice it, it would be a failed reckless advance, but Zheng Qi discovered his intention in time, and then used a big move to gather the opponent's multiple players together for a longer time. Next, it was Fifen's hearty output in slaughter. Bin Shikai went over with a smile on his face and high-fived Zheng Qi. He was not sure when he rushed over. Although he had figured out what he was going to do when he went deep into the enemy camp, he still needed the cooperation of his teammates. If he couldn't cooperate for a while, he would have completed a failed attack, just like what happened countless times last season. Even when he was cooperating with the Thunder players, his approach of considering the next 2 or 3 steps often resulted in him losing opportunities because his teammates didn't understand his intentions. After all, not everyone has such a keen sense of battlefield. But now, Zheng Qi cooperated with him in time and completed this specific tactical attack. This feeling was even better than the feeling of scoring a goal. Happy cooperation. Bin Shikai said to Zheng Qi. What a powerful tactical arrangement. Zheng Qi sighed sincerely, Brother Kai, you are simply a genius. Bin Shikai laughed. He didn't have any other thoughts about this. After all, in the past, he was often called a genius, but he rarely heard it recently. I'm most happy that someone can cooperate with me like this. Bin Shikai said to Zheng Qi. Then he was replaced and had a good rest. The next step was defense, so he didn't need to waste time on the court. The tactical coordination just now was very exquisite. Zhu Shan praised. As a head coach who is extremely good at tactical arrangement, Zhu Shan naturally knew that the series of tactics just now had no signs at the beginning, and until the outbreak, the opponent had no way to avoid it. This kind of tactical strategy is really the most perfect tactic in a specific confrontation as long as it succeeds. Coincidence, coincidence. Bin Shikai said modestly, but he was not modest, it was really a coincidence for him. Zheng Qi's next alliance move was brilliant, I just opened it. No matter what, the tactics arranged by the coach always have traces to follow, but these tactics you came up with temporarily are natural and move in time. I think even if Teen Head encounters them, he will suffer a few losses. Zhu Shan said with a smile. This is not a casual compliment. The tactics arranged by the head coach require good cooperation from all the players, and they always follow the instructions, which easily exposes traces for the opponent to detect. Before the tactics led by Bin Shikai begin, even he himself does not know how to do it. Even if the opponent has strong observation ability, it is difficult to prepare in advance and can only respond to the situation. Such tactics can guarantee the greatest suddenness. It is mainly because Zheng Qi responded well. Bin Shikai said sincerely. Don't be discouraged, it's just one ball. We continue to attack. We must be more careful this time, Yuan comments. You two should not be cut off easily. We must maintain our overall advancement and don't forget our positioning. On the court, Xilai said to all teammates, what is positioning? The positioning of King Quan is now a mid-level team. In fact, except for the 3 of them, in terms of attributes and operations, when the other members of King Quan face opponents, they have no advantage at all when they are taken out alone. Only by uniting together can they exert their greatest power. The field is like a battlefield. No matter how strong the scattered soldiers are, they cannot become a big climate. Only by relying on their collective strength can they go further. The King Quan team was very clear about this positioning, and the goal just now proved it. When Yuan comments the 2 core players were cut out, they were almost powerless to fight back against the Fifen team with the same number of players. Although the average level of the Fifen players seemed to be better than any other team, the gap was too big. They were not very clear about this, but they just felt that they were a little bit worse. However, Xilai knew it very well. Most of the King Quan players were young, and they were not as experienced players in operation. As they grow up, they will gradually become better. Another point is that the Fifan team is really too abnormal. There has never been such an abnormal team in the entire league. To deal with such a team, it is naturally much more reliable to rely on the whole team. Qin Quan launched an attack, and Fifan continued to do the same as before. After detecting the opponent's movements, he went up to meet them. The two sides were entangled, and they were fighting like a millstone again. Such a confrontation required every player to concentrate their attention, otherwise it would be easy to get into trouble, so every time a player was killed, he would be replaced and rest more off the court, and the substitute would also get more training opportunities. In such a large-scale rotation, Qin Quan soon became a little exhausted. Most of Fifan's players were rotated, which would not have a big impact on their strength, while the strength of Qin Quan's substitutes was high and low. When they rotated more, the flaws in the team would appear bigger. Such flaws would not be easily caught, but Fifan had a Zheng Qi on the court. Of course, he was not on the court all the time, and he would not be able to catch the opponent's flaws when he was on the court. However, in such a stalemate, as long as he could catch it once in a while, it would be enough. So after the scene was deadlocked for 10 minutes, Zheng Qi's breakthrough once again defeated the whole of Qin Quan. This time, Qin Quan was even worse, and he couldn't even protect the football. In the end, the alert Wang Yuanfen got the ball first. After losing the ball again, the frivolous players began to defend. This time, their defense became more strict. Fifan attacked patiently for several minutes without finding any opportunities. However, because of the lead, the mentality of the frivolous players seemed quite good at this moment, and they were not impatient at all. How stable is their mentality? Even if there is an opportunity to attack, if they are asked to take risks, they will not do it. This approach seems to be very conservative, but everyone knows that this is the most appropriate approach at this time. It was Frivolous who kicked off first, but now Fifan has already led Frivolous, and there is still a chance to control the ball and attack. After the start of the second half, Fifan will kick off again, so of course they don't need to attack too urgently. Now they have an absolute advantage, not Frivolous. Facing such a patient attack from the opponent, Frivolous has no way to do anything. This is called the pressure of the general trend. Even if Frivolous is stronger than Fifan, it is difficult to reverse such a general trend, not to mention that Fifan is better than Frivolous. They can only defend very calmly and adapt to the strong pressure created by Fifan. Under such circumstances, Qin Quan stubbornly defended Fifan's attack and did not give Fifan more other opportunities. They defended until the end of the first half and kept the situation of only one goal behind, instead of falling behind by 2 goals, which would have caused the whole situation to slide out of control. However, even so, Fifan's advantage was already very large. In the second half, we will continue to attack patiently and rotate constantly. Do you understand? With our strength, even if we have 1 or 2 less people, we can temporarily suppress the opponent. If someone stays on the field for a long time, listen to my command and take the initiative to leave the field to maintain the state on the field. Do you understand? Zhu Shan said in the locker room. There are 2 types of substitutions in the football era. One is passive substitution, which is when a player on the field is killed and waits for a 10-second cooling period before sending someone to the field. At this time, the position of the player on the field is at the goal of the team, which is more advantageous to the defending team. Another kind of substitution is active substitution. When a player is not killed, he or she can choose to leave the court and be replaced by a teammate. This way, the player is not restricted by the 10-second cool-down period. The place where the player enters and leaves the court is also at the midline. In this way, substitution is very particular. Generally speaking, when the defending side wants to make a substitution, the player who leaves the court often makes a suicidal attack, which also brings greater pressure to the opponent before hanging up. At the same time, when teammates enter the court, they can also enter the court directly from the front of the goal, which can save time. Of course, this will also give the opponent space to use. The opponent may be able to take advantage of this and make a dumpling and then launch an attack, creating opportunities at the same time. The party that takes the initiative to make a substitution can also pretend to make a substitution, which is actually to create an opportunity for the team to counter-attack. All of this has spawned countless schools of thought, and it cannot be fully summarized in 1 or 2 sentences. What Zhu Shan is talking about now is obviously active substitution. Taking advantage of the opportunity of taking turns in the game, the player who leaves the court quietly leaves, and the player who replaces him or her replaces him or her, so as to maintain continuous pressure on the court. Zhu Shan didn't want any surprises in this game. Getting 3 points was more important than anything else. With such a huge advantage, Zhu Shan really didn't worry that his team would lose the victory in this game. Chapter 485. Good teammate. This game ended with Fifan's victory. After the start of the second half, Fifan's offense was quite patient. They continued to suppress King Quan tightly, showing the strong control that had not appeared in the previous few games. Fifan is maturing quickly, but this is understandable. Last year, they were able to defeat Tin He and Cheng Qi successively. Even if there was a factor of luck involved, it at least proved that they have the strength to compete in the top few places in the Super League. Their personnel changes this season are not big, and the addition of Bin Shikai has increased their strength again. Under such circumstances, it is ridiculous to regard them as a new team. They were adapting to the atmosphere of the Super League before. Don't forget that except for Bin Shikai and Chen Lin, no one in their team has the experience of playing in the Super League. It is inevitable to have ups and downs. Now is the time for them to show their strength. A commentator sighed and said that many commentators are actually very concerned about Fifan. After all, after Fifan's character attributes have gradually become public, many people have become interested in them. They are mainly concerned about 2 points. First, what kind of results can a team like Fifan create, and secondly, how long can a team like Fifan stay together? After all, with so many God-level accounts, many clubs will be jealous. There were not many temptations during this year's transfer period, probably because weak teams are not attractive, and strong teams are not sure what kind of players they need. However, as long as they play in the Super League for a year, almost everyone knows what level they are at. In addition, if Yuan Kong and Zheng Qi perform better in King Kuang, then the attraction will be even greater. When the Wolves rush in next year, how many people will Fifan have left? Of course, this is a matter of the future, and the current situation on the field is that Fifan has worn away the defensive strength of King Kuang bit by bit through a series of suppressions, and scored the second goal in the most orthodox way. King Kuang, who was 2 goals behind, launched a counter-attack, and Fifan is not in a hurry now. They began to make frequent substitutions, so that all players have the opportunity to play, and constantly entangled with King Kuang in the midfield, killing time. This seems to be very embarrassing, but it is a capability that every professional team has. In 90 minutes, the wonderful shot may only be cut out for a few minutes, and most of the time is consumed in the endless confrontation between the two sides. Keeping your energy focused during confrontation and bursting out when there is an opportunity is what a strong team should do. Fifan and King Kuang had been entangled in the midfield for a long time. King Kuang finally seized an opportunity to score a point. Unfortunately, Fifan once again firmly controlled the situation and suppressed it until the end of the game. Then, he seized the opportunity when King Kuang was eager to attack and scored another goal. Fifan performed like a mature team in this game. They completely controlled the situation and won the game in the most economical way. In the last 3 league games, Fifan has performed better and better, which is amazing. In the game against Shenhua, they didn't change much compared to the first 2 games. They still seemed a little impatient, but they relied on Bin Shikai outstanding performance and collective outburst to win the game. In the game against Minfen, they rushed all the way and relied on Bin Shikai to seize 2 opportunities to defeat the opponent. Although they won the game, it is obviously not worth it to use such an outburst to play an ordinary league. But what about this game? Facing the powerful King Kuang, they played steadily from beginning to end. Although they won 3-1, it doesn't seem that the advantage is very big, but anyone who has watched the game knows that Fifan won this game quite steadily. After the game, the media gave a very high evaluation of Fifan's performance. Unlike the first 2 rounds of winning the game, they said that Fifan was another thunder. Instead, they believed that Fifan had indeed shown their level now, and they did not rely entirely on Ben Shikai. Such a statement made people feel that the media was not deliberately looking for trouble, but just discussing the matter. Don't think too well of them. It's just that we have won 3 games in a row, and they can't find any other faults, so they do this. We must be careful and don't give them the opportunity to find fault. I like to see them praise us against their will when they obviously don't like us. Zheng Qi said to all his teammates. The teammates all laughed, and Ben Shikai smiled slightly and didn't say anything. Zhu Shan heard it, but he was a little worried. Mr. Ming, is Zheng Qi's attitude towards the media a bit biased? Zhu Shan asked Meng Fan privately. Meng Fan laughed. Why, do you admire the media? Not really. In our line of work, there are probably not many who like the media. Zhu Shan said honestly. But the media is also a part of the entire professional league. Without their involvement, the league's influence would not be so great. Of course they have to find news from us, and we also need them to expand our own influence. This is a win-win situation. I remember the old man said that if you get close to them, they will be disrespectful, and if you stay away from them, they will complain. This is probably the reason. Meng Fan laughed. Not bad, not bad. Being able to think of this means that you have seen through the nature of the relationship between the media and the players. I like to think about it when I have nothing to do. I always have some experience after thinking about it a lot. Zhu Shan smiled. But there is no need to worry about Zheng Qi. He is also aware of this. Moreover, he is a young player. If he does something out of line or says something excessive, no one will care. Instead, they will think that this is his personality. As long as he does not touch some bottom lines, Zheng Qi will not touch those bottom lines. He is a very kind person. He only said these words within the team and will not tell them to the outside world. There is only one purpose for saying such words within the team, that is, to rally the morale of the whole team. He is the captain, but his authority is not strong. This is also determined by his own characteristics. It is better to rally morale in this way, that's all. Meng Fan continued. Zhu Shan nodded thoughtfully. I hope so. After all, if we get too awkward with the media, it will not be too good. Of course. Meng Fan nodded. Defeating King Quang and winning 3 consecutive games has made Fifan's position rise again. In this round, Qin He unexpectedly lost to a mid-level team, proving that the team's performance is still a bit up and down. Chen Fan, which seemed to be in poor condition before, surprisingly swept the opponent with 4-2. 1-inch the match against Chen Fan. After Shenhua won again in this round, it ranked first in the standings with 4 wins and 1 loss. What is worth noting is that the only game Shenhua lost was to Fifan. Behind Shenhua are 4 teams with 3 wins, 1 draw and 1 loss, including Fifan. They are tied for second place with Changfeng, Qinhe and Henan, 3 traditional strong teams, but they rank relatively low because of the advantage of goal difference. Such a result is indeed quite surprising. In the next round, we have to take down Thongbang and strive to hit the first place in the league. Zheng Qi shouted to the outside world with high spirits. This seems a bit arrogant. After all, they just won 3 consecutive games. Now they are calling for first place. This seems a bit surprising, but looking at the schedule, this is really a good opportunity for Fifan to rush to the top of the league. The first place Tottenham and the third place Nanguo will face each other in this round. The second place Changfeng's opponent is Yushen, who has blocked Fifan. The 5th place Qinhe's opponent is the mid-level team Minfan, but they have fewer goals than Fifan. If Fifan beats Thongbang, as long as the top 3 make some mistakes, they really have a chance to climb to the top of the standings. Although the ranking at the beginning of the season is nothing, for a new army, being able to climb to the top of the standings, even temporarily, is an extremely happy thing. But is Thongbang so easy to deal with? Changfeng's only defeat so far was achieved by them. Actually, this team is not too difficult to deal with. They are average as a whole, with no outstanding individuals, but only a spirit of tenacious struggle. Changfeng underestimated the enemy in that game, and their condition and luck were not very good, so they lost the game, just like Qinhe lost to Jinlong in this round. Of course, Jinlong's own strength is not bad. As long as we concentrate as in the last round, don't be distracted, and don't reveal any flaws, then it will not be difficult to defeat them. Zhu Shan said at the tactical meeting that he was actually looking forward to meeting such a team the most. The overall strength was limited. As long as Fifan himself did not have any problems and did not lose the ball, the goal could be solved by Bin Xiaoqiang's inspiration. This tactic is naturally not a long-term solution, but it has a very good effect in a short period of time. Bin Xiaoqiang also knew this, so he nodded to Zhu Shan. Recently, he felt that he was in a very good state, and it was the time to play his best role. He hasn't felt this kind of good form for a long time. After all, he is indeed a top player who relies on his teammates. If his teammates cooperate well, his form will naturally be good. The better he feels, the better he plays. If his teammates don't cooperate well, he won't play well. He always hits a wall. If he keeps hitting a wall like this, it would be strange if he can get into a good form. So in the past year, Bin Xiaoqiang has always felt that he has hit a wall everywhere, and his form has been in a slump. In these rounds of competition, he has regained the form that allows him to perform well as long as he feels it. As long as this feeling comes back, his form will be unstoppable. After all, deep down, he is a player whose form doesn't fluctuate much. The so-called good and bad form depends more on whether he has good teammates or bad teammates. Obviously, the extraordinary players around him are all good teammates. With good teammates, will he not get into a good form? Impossible. Chapter 486. Good Omen. The 6th round of the league. For Thongban, the victory over Changfen was enough for them to brag about for a whole season. Of course, such a brilliant victory was not without sequelae. Defeating Changfen made them famous, and also made their opponents start to take it seriously. Although everyone knew that Thongban's level was not very high, they were able to defeat Changfen, so they must have some outstanding qualities, and they could not capsize in front of them. In this way, Thongban was a bit strenuous. Every team that met them would fight them seriously. Thongban itself was not very strong, and many times they had to rely on the opponent's carelessness to win. In this way, their results were naturally not good. After 5 rounds, Thongban won the game against Changfen. The remaining 4 games were 2 draws and 2 losses. Although they did not fall into the relegation zone, they were not far away, which was quite miserable. They can still guarantee 2 draws under such circumstances, which shows that their defense is good. We should have more experience in playing against such a team now, Zhu Shan said before the game started. Fifen's players laughed. Yes, the recent rounds have proved that they are not afraid of such a team. As long as they don't have any problems, they have Benship Kailang to attack. Fifen's team went on the field with full confidence. After 90 minutes, they left the field with full confidence. The final result of the game was 1-0, an extremely safe score. Relying on Benship Kailang's performance, they defeated the opponent. In all the other game time, neither side created any opportunities. This was an extremely safe victory. When the news of the other games came, Fifen's fans were crazy. Shenhua, ranked 1st, and Nanglo, ranked 3rd, both suffered losses. They tied 2-2 and both fell back in the rankings. Changfen, ranked 2nd, lost to Villa away. Their state is still a bit up and down. Tianhe, ranked 5th, won the game. They easily defeated Mingfeng away. However, due to the disadvantage of goal difference, they still ranked behind Fifen. In this way, Fifen ranked 1st in the standings with 4 wins, 1 draw and 1 loss after 6 rounds. Tianhe and Shenhua were tied with them, but they ranked 2nd and 3rd due to the advantage of goal difference. Changfen, which was originally 2nd, slipped to 7th place, and Nanglo ranked 5th. However, Kangning, despite the unfavorable start, won one after another without making a sound, and now rushed to 4th place. The 6th place was occupied by Tianlong, who won the last 2 rounds. Qixinfen, which had a good performance before, fell out of the top 10 quite miserably and is now ranked 12. All media are now beginning to praise the extraordinary and outstanding results. The 4-game winning streak may not be too brilliant, but it is the longest winning streak since the beginning of this season. Although there is still a long way to go before Changfen's 13-game winning streak, it seems that it is not impossible to do it with their momentum. That's good. In the next games, as long as we can keep up, we will have more and more fans on site. Lu Li said happily. You know, although Fifen has achieved good results in the last few rounds, the attendance rate and ticket revenue share have been declining. After all, the opponents in these rounds, except for Shenhua, are not strong teams, and the number of fans who can come to watch the games on site is not large. The number of spectators in each of the 3 league games is less than 10 million, so Fifen's performance in these rounds is excellent, but the income from ticket revenue is not as good as when the performance was not good in the first 3 rounds. As long as we continue to win, then there will be more and more fans. Zheng Qi didn't care about this. Yes, I have seen the statistics. Although the overall attendance rate is declining, the number of fans supporting us is constantly increasing. Now we have reached the 1st place. If we maintain it for a period of time, the loyalty of fans will naturally be fixed. Su Jing said with a smile. After winning 4 games in a row, and winning 4 games in a tight schedule, everyone in Fifen was very happy, so Zheng Qi decided to give everyone a day off to have a good rest. When discussing the holiday with Zhu Shan at the beginning, Zhu Shan was quite opposed. He thought it was not time to rest yet. Zheng Qi felt that everyone was nervous recently and needed to relax. In the end, it was Mengfan who made the decision to give everyone a day off to prepare for the next league. Young players need to be managed, but they should also be relaxed at appropriate times. It is good to have a balance between tension and relaxation. Mengfan said to Zhu Shan. I'm afraid that if I relax, I won't be able to take it back. Zhu Shan sighed. Our players are more conscious. Mengfan smiled. And this way, it's also easy to identify whether there are any unsafe ones. After this season, someone will definitely come to poach our players. It seems a little unlikely not to let them go. In this case, we can release them in a targeted manner. Isn't it good? Mengfan smiled slightly. Isn't this a bit redundant? Players need trust. Zhu Shan hesitated. Of course, trust is a must, but it's just a little bit of screening. There's no harm in that. As a coach, you don't have to worry about these things. I'll be the bad guy. Meng Fan smiled slightly. Anyway, I'm not a coach. Zhu Shan was speechless. The day passed quickly and happily, for the extraordinary players, the good results during this period plus the tiring training and competition, getting such a day off was enough for them to spend the day happily. When the next day came, the whole team gathered, everyone arrived, and no one left. Zhu Shan and Meng Fan looked at each other, and Meng Fan laughed. Such a good momentum before can often bring about a virtuous circle. Fifen's current situation is very good, and it can be said to be thriving. No one wants to miss this period. Even lazy players will not make themselves uncomfortable at this critical juncture. We are the first now, so don't worry about how other teams perform, just do your best. We don't have any plans, we just win every game we can, and get every point we can. We keep moving forward, and one day, we will be able to reach the top, do you understand? Zhu Shan waved his fist and asked. Got it. Fifen's players answered in unison, their voices were loud and their emotions were quite high. Our opponent in this game is Yan Shuang, an old opponent. We played 2 games with them last year, 1 win and 1 loss. They didn't change much this year, and they changed some players, but there were no particularly outstanding players. This team was originally a lift team, and the overall performance was not very good, and it was about the same as Thongban. We will continue to maintain our style of play and use the most reliable method to win this game. Zhu Shan did not make specific arrangements for the tactics. Before the Fifen team was able to do what he wanted, he would not arrange very specific tactics, unless it was in some important games. The Fifen players were also very clear about this. There were only 2 things to pay attention to during the competition. First, concentrate and don't be distracted. Second, be ready to cooperate with Bin Xiaoqiang's tactics at any time. In a league, after all, the majority of teams are in the middle and lower levels. Having such an effective tactic can at least guarantee basic results. As for going further, it depends on the performance against the strong teams. When dealing with the middle and lower levels, you must have the greatest confidence to grab points, and then add specific arrangements when dealing with the strong teams. Only by doing these 2 things can you have a chance to impact the honor. If you just want to gain a foothold in the Super League, then Fifen doesn't have to be so tired. Fifen's players are confidently preparing to play, while Lu Li and some of the guild's senior executives are observing the attendance rate of this round of games. Fifen is challenging Yan Shuang away this round, but for the income from attendance, there is no difference between home and away games. How many people are willing to watch their games on site determines whether their overall finances are good. Although super teams can take advantage of each other's high popularity, taking advantage is one thing, and having high enough popularity is the real guarantee. 36 games a year, even if the ticket revenue is 1 million less than other teams per game, the total for the year is 36 million. Moreover, if we really want to talk about the gap, it is definitely not comparable to a mere 1 million. Although the new army can take advantage of the ticket benefits of the traditional Super League teams, this benefit is not enough to smooth the huge financial gap between the 2 sides. Only self-strengthening is the most critical factor. As a newly promoted team, Yan Shuang played well in the first 6 rounds, with 2 wins, 2 draws and 2 losses. Although it is not very outstanding, it also makes them ranked 10th, which is precious for a newly promoted team. Of course, this year, their results are still the bottom among the newly promoted teams. Chongsao started very well and is now ranked 8th. Not to mention Fifen, who ranks 1st, which also affects some of their popularity. But they were a Super League team before, and the number of fans supporting them at each game will not be less than 8 million. According to the fact that Fifen had 3 or 4 million people watching a game before, the number of people at the scene of this game should be around 12 million, which is better than the previous game. However, the statistics at the beginning of the game made Lu Li and the leaders of the Fifen Kankan Guild all very happy. The number of people watching the game was as high as 15 million. Except for a few top teams that had more spectators than this number per game, the average attendance rate for mid-level teams was about the same, and Fifen had already reached it. Although it was still unstable, it was obvious that this was a good sign. Now perhaps many fans were interested in watching Fifen's games because of their recent good performance. However, now, as long as Fifen could continue to maintain such performance for a while, it would attract more fans and make many existing fans become Fifen's true supporters. If a few more heavyweight owners were added, then Fifen, as a club, would truly be qualified to join the Giants. Chapter 487. Ornamental. What is a wealthy team? The definition of a wealthy team is actually very simple. Shenhuan Anglo-Christian is a team that has been at the forefront of the league for the past few decades. They have won many championships and have extremely wide support. They are well-deserved wealthy teams. Qinhe and Changfen, which have risen in recent years, were standard mid-level teams before, similar to Jianmangxiu's frivolous and agile situation. However, with the emergence of Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing's, they have achieved good results one after another. In addition, they have been at this level for several consecutive years, which has led to a rapid growth in the number of their fans. If their foundation in the past 2 years was still a little worse than that of Nangguo Shenhua, then now they are no weaker than the traditional three powers, but are even stronger and more outstanding. Maybe their fans are still a little less loyal now, but in terms of number, they have surpassed the traditional three powers. As long as they can continue, they are also top wealthy teams. Fifan is now going to take the same path. This is the only way and the most correct way. Without results as a foundation, and without a thrilling championship battle to strengthen your faith, even if you are good at hype, no matter how good you were at hype, no matter how good you were at attracting everyone's attention and attracting the audience, you can't keep them. The difference between competitive games and other things is that if you were a champion, you were a champion, and if you have strength, you have strength. No one can inflate their own value, and there is no way to suppress other teams. Results are the hard truth. In this game, be more stable and defeat the opponent. Now is not the time for us to play beautifully. Winning is better than anything else. Before leaving, Zheng Qi said to all the players at Fifan. Of course, having good results and playing beautifully is the best way to quickly accumulate popularity. For example, Changfen was like this back then. They gave people a hearty feeling in every game, which made them quickly have countless fans. However, Fifan doesn't seem to need to do this now. It is not good to raise expectations too high at the beginning. For example, the year Changfen won the championship, the number of spectators at each of their games increased. In the league where they won the championship, the number of fans supporting them reached more than 40 million. However, after the second season when they were successfully sniped by Qinhe, their fans suddenly decreased by half, and then they slowly accumulated back in the third year. If support comes quickly, it will also go away quickly. In such a situation, it is better to take steady steps. The best example is Changfeng's old rival Qinhe. Because of Li Qing's style, Qinhe's rise can be described as neither hot nor cold. It is a gradual rise. Their number of fans is not rising fast, but there are almost no ups and downs. It is rising steadily, and those who can stay are basically very loyal fans. Of course, these two situations do not mean that one is better than the other. It still depends on the specific situation. Fifan still needs time to fully exert the potential of the entire team. In such a situation, of course, as long as they can win, it will be fine. Raise the expectations little by little, so that they can walk more steadily. Changfen's rapid development did not affect their overall performance. That was because although Changfen was not a top team before, it had been in the Super League for a long time. This situation has stabilized their position. Their foundation is not bad. Even if they're a little aggressive, their foundation is still there, and there will be no problem. What about Fifan? They do not have such a foundation. It is more appropriate for them to play steadily. For Yinshuang, they played well this year, but it did not make them swell. The relegation the year before last and the narrow escape in the first-class league last year, and returning to the Super League through the playoffs, let this lifting and lowering team put itself in the right position again. Regardless of whether they are ranked in the top 10 now, they are a weak team. Any victory in any game requires them to gnaw on it one by one, so that they can win the game. Fifan's recent 4 consecutive victories surprised them a little, especially in the last game. Thongbang's tenacious defense has still failed to withstand Fifan's millstone-like offensive, letting Yinshuang know that it is unrealistic to rely on defensa to score points. Yinshuang is not a team that relies on defensa. They scored a lot of goals in the first-class league, and they maintained this feature in the Super League. Their 2 victories were also won by attacking, not by defensa. So from the beginning of the game, they launched a very fierce attack, trying to use the fierce attack to cause problems for Fifan. This really surprised Fifan, because although Yinshuang was mainly offensive before, Zhu Shan judged that Yinshuang should change its tactics and use defensa to deal with Fifan and find Fifan's flaws. After all, in last year's game, Fifan won the game at home with a crushing attack that made Yinshuang lose all temper. Although Yinchuan's current results are good, compared with last season, their overall strength has not improved much, but it is just a little better than before. With such strength, does Yinchuan have the courage to fight Fifan? However, what Zhu Shan did not expect was that Yinchuan really had the courage to do so. Although the weaker teams often end up in a miserable situation if they bravely attack, if they can really persist and win some key games, there will be no problem in relegation. Fifan, who was not well prepared, was attacked by Yinchuan and was beaten quite badly. However, in such a situation, their previous preparations for a protracted war played a very good role. When they were almost defeated by the opponent, they arranged a defense line in front of their own goal, and then withstood Yinchuan's fierce attack. With the advantage of the closer support distance of the off-field players, they turned the disadvantage back little by little. Counter-attack, let them see how powerful our attack is. Zhu Shan shouted in the team channel. He would not be so impulsive, but after seeing the opponent's attack, he knew that Yinchuan did not intend to slowly confront Fifan, but wanted to win the game through attack and compete for the chance of victory. If the opponent scores at the beginning, then the next game will be difficult. The opponent can turn to defense and then rely on the advantage of leading to wear down Fifan's spirit and calmness. Don't look at Fifan, who has been quite calm and not impatient in the last 2 rounds, but that's because they have never fallen behind. If they really fall behind, their emotions may not be so stable. At the time, it will be really troublesome. Unfortunately, the performance of Fifan's players is tenacious enough to make Yinchuan's idea of taking the lead fall through. In this way, Fifan must fight back, and the opponent's defense will definitely not be very tight. The next moment, Fifan bounced back like a spring that has been suppressed for a long time. Zheng Qi took the lead. Zheng Qi and Li Gui began to respond from both sides, using the Oliwa's large-scale skills to clear the way, and then the 3 of them rushed in at the same time. After they rushed in, the players of Yinchuan wanted to surround them and kill them with concentrated fire, but some of them were entangled by Zheng Qi and his team. Fifan's other players' skills immediately arrived, disrupting Yinchuan's formation and disrupting their formation. In this fierce attack, Fifan killed 5 players and Yinchuan killed 6. Although it seemed that Yinchuan did not suffer a big loss, they had no advantage in numbers in front of Fifan's goal, and they would not have any initiative next. The players of Yinchuan planned to retreat with the football, but at this time, Fifan's large-scale skills hit them. In order to keep the football, the players of Yinchuan could only dodge horizontally quickly. They just crossed the range of the skill, and when they saw the skill explode on the spot, creating a wave of light and shadow effects, they breathed a sigh of relief. However, before the light and shadow effects faded, Zheng Qi rushed out with smoke and fire, and attacked 3 opponents at the same time with a series of close-range attacks, forcing them away. Li Gui, who followed up, grabbed the ball and ran away. The next thing was simple. Fifan, who was constantly replenished from behind, began to press forward fiercely, attacking all the way, while Yinchuan's players retreated all the way, trying to form a defensive line with their teammates in front of the goal. However, Fifan's players picked very tightly and chased them to the front of the goal before killing them. Fifan, who had the advantage in numbers, did not take any rest and immediately launched a fierce attack. Fifan's fans in the stands shouted earth-shakingly, and cheered for Fifan's players. Fifan's overall offensive tactics were average now, but there was no problem with the cooperation of the small teams of 2 or 3 people. They basically cooperated well with each other. Several teams took turns to attack, putting Yinchuan's defense under great pressure. If we continue to play like this, it seems that I don't have to play. Bin Shikai said with a smile off the court. Yinchuan doesn't have an overall defense, so our fierce attack alone is enough. The next game is expected to be more open. You don't have to worry too much when you play. Just play to your level. Zhu Shan said to Bin Shikai. Bin Shikai nodded. He knew that this was not meant to look down on him. Attacking around him was originally used when there was no chance. Now that they can attack in a more open situation, it depends on how well each person performs. In this regard, he is not inferior to any teammate. On the field, after a fierce attack, Fifan broke through Yinchuan's gate, withstood the opponent's crazy attack despite a somewhat unfavorable start, and then scored the first goal through a wave of suppression. This extremely violent style of play is undoubtedly quite entertaining. Chapter 488. 8 years. The audience in the stands who were paying attention to Fifan were all very excited. Those who were already loyal fans of Fifan were very happy to see Fifan leading, not to mention that the process of scoring the goal was so exciting. and those fans who came to join in the fun because they saw Fifen ranked first. If Fifen just won the game normally, maybe their enthusiasm would be reduced, but after seeing such a wonderful goal, their emotions were all mobilized. Originally, they just wanted to see how the team ranked first would perform, but they saw a surprise. This made everyone happy. And what happened in the next game made them feel even happier. Yin Shuang's plan was indeed to use offenser to score goals, and then switch to defenser. Everyone was an old driver, and of course they knew that Fifen's stable mentality in the first 2 rounds was based on their not falling behind. If Fifen fell behind, their performance would certainly be affected to a certain extent, and such an impact would be their chance to win. But Fifen came over, and if they wanted to defend again, they could only hand over the initiative to others. So their coach did not hesitate at all, and told all the players to launch a fierce attack next, and let Fifen see how powerful they were. For the relegation team, even if they lose, they have to bite the opponent hard a few times. This approach may not be good for their future, but at least it can gather the morale of the team, so that in the next game, the players can have a better fighting spirit to fight with the opponent. If Yin Shuang wants to fight, Fifen will certainly not be afraid. Don't forget that their average age is the youngest in the league. Even the young and frivolous and Thunder, in terms of average age, are not as young as Fifen. Being young means being vigorous, otherwise these 2 words would not be put together all the time. In this case, of course they want to show their strongest state. If you make trouble with us, then we will kill you. Such a fierce attack is actually very tiring. Fifen's players don't want to have such a game every time they meet a mid to low level team, so it is also very important to use a hearty victory to establish their prestige. Although Fifen's players are not mature enough, they have basically been winning in the past 2 years and have long had the mentality of a boss. Whether this mentality can bring benefits or disadvantages is still uncertain, but at least, their emotions will not be easily depressed. For a team dominated by young players, this makes them more motivated. Therefore, under the mentality of both sides, this game has become an extremely unrestrained game. The 2 sides are like 2 boxers who only care about attacking and not defending. Even if they're constantly hit, they must try to send more fists to each other's faces. The cheers in the stands have never stopped from the beginning to the end of the game. The players of Yin Shuang showed a valuable fighting spirit. They scored 3 goals against Fifen in the next game, which was something Shenhua had not done before. But what about Fifen? They beat Yin Shuang 7 goals heartily. While getting enough goals, they also showed their strength to the entire league. We can not only fight a protracted war, but also attack and fight. We're better at it. Yin Shuang showed great courage, but it also confirmed another thing, that is, under an open style of play that relies more on individual performance rather than overall competition, Fifen will be quite outstanding. They have too many good players, and even if they are crushed by attributes, it is enough for them to show extremely good conditions. They may be young and inexperienced, but their personal strength is indeed outstanding. No team can ignore this, otherwise, Yin Shuang will be their role model. After defeating Yin Shuang, Fifen won 5 consecutive games in the league. After the initial discomfort, Fifen quickly showed their strength. Although this victory is not amazing, Fifen has inadvertently created a record. In the past 50 years, that is, after the rules of the professional league were improved, the longest winning streak of a newly promoted team was only 4 games. Fifen created a new record in the Chinese league, a winning streak record for a newly promoted team. Although such a record is not impressive, for Fifen, they still have the opportunity to continue to expand this record, to the point where other newly promoted teams can only marvel. At the end of the game, thunderous applause rang out in the stands. Fifen's fans were not dissatisfied with this 7-3 victory. Although Yin Shuang's fans were a little sad about the team's failure, they were also satisfied. After all, their team showed extremely outstanding courage in the game. With this spirit in their hearts, the players of Yin Shuang will have more courage to play in the next game. There are no losers in this game. Of course, Fifen was even happier because they also got 3 points, which made them more stable in the first place of the league. The only thing that made them regretful was that the strong teams in this round basically won. Although Fifen still occupied the first place, their points were still the same as Team Head, and they were not able to occupy the first place in the standings alone. Zheng performed well in this round. Facing Corning, which had won consecutive games before, they defeated their opponents with a clean 3-1. Although they suffered some losses from the weak team, Zheng still showed their strength against the strong team. Don't worry. I think the competition in the league this season will be very fierce. We don't need to think too much now. Winning 1 game at a time is enough. What is the winning streak record? Zheng's 13 games. We're only 8 games away now. Zheng Qi's words in the locker room after the game caused laughter from the Fifen players. It seems a bit ridiculous to start counting when there are only 8 games left in the winning streak, but from another perspective, doesn't it also prove that Fifen is full of confidence at the moment? For Fifen, any long-term plan to win the championship is just talk on paper. Fifen has not reached that stage yet. Now they can only win 1 game at a time and focus on it. We have maintained a winning streak, but this doesn't mean anything. We already have a very good level, and this winning streak is just our normal performance. After all, we haven't been really tested too much. The next game, we will continue to play well one after another. As for the league championship, I don't think this is a topic we need to consider now. After all, even a strong team like Southern China Shenhua will not easily shout out the goal of winning the championship at the beginning of the season, let alone us, a new team. Zheng Qi said with a smile at the press conference after the game. It sounded very humble, but deep down, he had already compared himself with traditional giants like Southern China Shenhua. The Nanguo club was very dissatisfied with this. After all, as a team from the same G city, Fifen's rise has affected Nanguo's dominant position in southern China. These strong teams each have their own sphere of influence. Nanguo is in the south, Shenhua is in the east, Chengqi is in the north, Tinhe is in the middle, and Xinfeng is between the spheres of influence of Nanguo and Tinhe. Therefore, the relationship with Nanguo has not been very good. After all, the two clubs are relatively close, and the two sides are fighting fiercely for fan resources. Even if fans are no longer limited to the local area in the football era, as fans, they naturally have a better impression of the team in their own place. Now, Fifen has replaced Xinfeng's position and has become the most vigilant object of Nanguo. Although they have just risen, they have become more and more popular. Compared with Xinfeng and nearby provinces, the opponents in the same city are the most worthy at vigilance. Of course, they will have the opportunity to confront Fifen head-on, so Nanguo is not in a hurry. Hearing Zheng Qi say this, the reporters did not say much. Although they did not know much about Zheng Qi, everyone knew that this guy often said something too much. Such words were nothing. More importantly, there was another thing that made them more interested. Captain Bin Shikai, have you noticed who Fifen's opponent is in the next round? A reporter asked Bin Shikai, emphasizing the word captain. Bin Shikai has always been a very kind person. He can smile at any reporter, but when faced with this question, his face suddenly turned cold. The reason is very simple. In the next game, which is the 8th round, Fifen will face Thunder at home. Zheng Qi sighed in his heart. He said that he wanted to attract some firepower by comparing Fifen with the southern hero Shenhua before, but it is obvious that the reporters are not stupid. They know what the biggest gimmick or highlight will be next. Bin Shikai faced Thunder for the first time after the transfer. Although Bin Shikai had been in many teams before becoming a god-level player in the Thunder, he was still a product of the Thunder's youth training. After a few years in other teams, he returned to the Thunder and became the captain of the Thunder and a well-deserved god-level player. Even if the youth team and the period of failure in the Thunder in the first season are excluded, he has been in the Thunder for 8 years. From the age of 25 to 32. 8 years, how many 8 years can there be in a lifetime? Although with the advancement of technology, the average life expectancy of human beings has reached 150 years, but whether now or in the future, 8 years represents an extremely important period of human life. Life expectancy has been extended, but people, whether in terms of energy or physical fitness, begin to age after the age of 60. Extending life does not mean immortality. The 8 years from the age of 25 to 32 are undoubtedly one of the most essential 8 years in life. There are only a few such essential 8 years in the entire life. Facing such an opponent, how good can Ben Shikaiang's mood be? CS Kushanda Western Novela on Canal Distinta Mundo Fanfic Novelas, Significat Lo Descarga and Y Subiran Sinisfuet Sot Invitamos Cordialmente Visitar Nuestro Canal. Mundo Fanfic Novelas all encontras la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Esperamos para su merged on Mundo de Novelas Incredibles. Chapter 489. Treat you as a brother. The next opponent. No matter who it is, it's just an ordinary league game. We will face many more opponents in the future. We will meet all the opponents in the 19 Super Leagues. No opponent is rare. Zheng Qi said. Zheng Qi said this just to smooth things over and make the atmosphere at the press conference better. According to his temper, it is rare to do this. However, the reporters still ignored him and only looked at Bin Shikai, which makes Zheng Qi feel very embarrassed. The captain is right. The opponent in any game makes no difference to us. It's just an opponent. We need to treat every game well. Also, I'm not the captain now. Our captain is Zheng Qi. Bin Shikai finally spoke. But the opponent in the next round is Thunder after all. A reporter emphasized. In the league, I have played against Thunder 5 times in total. This is not the first time. Bin Shikai replied indifferently. The reporters were all stunned, and then they realized that this was actually true. Bin Shikai left the Thunder at the age of 19, and then went to a Class A team to play for a year. In the remaining 3 years, he played against the Thunder 5 times in 3 seasons, except for one time because of illness. This time was really not a big deal. He had been in the Thunder for 8 years before, so people forgot that he had left the Thunder for a few years. Thinking of this, the reporters were a little bored. They wanted to hype up Bin Shikai's first time facing the Thunder, but now it was meaningless, and no matter Zheng Qi or Bin Shikai emphasized that the next game was just an ordinary game. What else could they say? The reporters sighed and dispersed, but Zheng Qi turned his head and looked at Bin Shikai and sighed silently in his heart. Although he had only been with Bin Shikai for a few months, Zheng Qi felt that he was already very familiar with Bin Shikai. He was always kind. Even when he didn't smile, you could tell that he was in a good mood, with a faint smile in his eyes. But now, such a smile has disappeared, and it is obvious that he is in a very bad mood. Brother Kaiang, what are you thinking? Zheng Qi asked as he walked to the corridor, holding Bin Shikai shoulders. What else can I think? If we have to fight, we will fight. It's not the first time. Bin Shikai replied with a smile. Don't force it. Zheng Qi said. Bin Shikai turned his head to look at Zheng Qi, and then stopped smiling. To be honest, I feel very complicated. He said. Yes, of course it's complicated. If you raise a cat or a dog for 8 years, you have a deep affection for it, not to mention that you have been in the same club for 8 years. Zheng Qi said. But I am a professional player and I will treat them with the most professional attitude. Bin Shikai said. Well, I'm just worried that you want revenge or something, so you lose your composure. Zheng Qi said. Bin Shikai couldn't help laughing, and this time he really laughed. Captain, do you really think that I have been in the league for more than 10 years for nothing? I have been through so many years, can I still let myself be in a bad mood because of such a trivial matter? Stop it. It seems that I think too much. Old seniors like you, Brother Kaiang, are worthy of our learning. Zheng Qi laughed. Do you think I'm old? No. After joking for a few sentences, Bin Shikai said to Zheng Qi seriously. Instead of worrying about me, you might as well worry about another guy. Zheng Qi was stunned. Who? Bin Shikai said helplessly. Besides me, who else in our team is from the Thunder? Zheng Qi, Zheng Qi suddenly realized. Although Zheng Qi is already a senior player in FIFA, he joined FIFA 2 years ago. In addition to Zheng Qi and other core players, Li, Lin Fei, Zheng Qi and Niu basically joined FIFA at the same time. He is definitely a veteran. Moreover, he is a youth player of a super team. His own strength is also quite good. Although he is not a core player in FIFA, he is at least an important player. It's just that Zheng Qi is relatively low-key and rarely speaks in the team. Unlike the youth players of other super teams, Lin Fei and Zheng Qi have a good relationship, and Yuan Kong and Zheng also have a good relationship, which makes him seem like a lonely person. It is precisely because of his low profile that Zheng Qi has forgotten that Zheng Qi is also from Thunder, and his position in the team is very important now. He is a jack of all trades. He can connect with the attackers in the front court and can also assist in defense. His position in the team is quite good. Why didn't Thunder want him at the time? Zheng Qi asked Bin Shikai curiously. Thunder has never lacked people. There are young players, veterans, and middle-aged players. The age level is relatively complete, so there are not many people to add each season. Bin Shikai fell into deep thought. While thinking, he said to Zheng Qi, I remember that the youth team recommended 2 players at the time, one was him, and the other was Xiaobo, at the time. Because of you, their characters were not built very well, and their attributes were a little over 720, which was still a little short of the team's requirements. Zheng Qi laughed, isn't it? At the time in District 108, FIFA and his group were extremely fierce when fighting for the boss, and almost left no room for others to survive. But at the time, we had a veteran who retired, and the team didn't want to spend money to buy a last-place substitute. In this way, although the attributes of the 2 of them were not very outstanding, they also went to the side of the first-line team. To be honest, as the captain at the time, I had a certain say. The veteran who left at the time was also a jack-of-all-trades player, so I was more inclined to choose Zheng. I was not familiar with either of them at the time, and of course I didn't have any specific target. Bin Shikai continued. Zheng Qi nodded. To be honest, he didn't believe that Bin Shikai would do anything else. Xiaobo and Zheng Qi had no relationship in the first team at the time, but the head coach chose Xiaobo. Later, I learned that this kid was a relative of our senior executive in the management, and he persuaded the coach, so Xiaobo was chosen. I didn't insist at the time. After all, I was not familiar with both of them, and the head coach's attitude was very firm, so I just followed him. Bin Shikai said. This is normal. Zheng Qi nodded. The captain certainly has the right to speak, but the specific personnel matching, the head coach's opinion is naturally more important. Bin Shikai didn't have any private messages, so naturally the coach's attitude was firm, so he listened to the coach. You know what happened later. Zheng Qi left Thunder and joined Pfaffen, and Xiaobo's luck was simply bursting. He got hundreds of attribute points in the mid zone in a year, and directly became the focus of the team's training. Under such circumstances, I left instead. Bin Shikai spread his hands. Well, I understand. I will go to talk to him. Zheng Qi nodded to Bin Shikai and said. It can be said that Bin Shikai was forced to leave the Thunder, because of Xiaobo's rise and the decline in performance. The Thunder management probably felt that some changes needed to be made to the entire team, and Zheng Qi's situation was even worse. He basically had no ability to resist at the time. He was cut off just because he was said to be cut off. This is quite common in professional competitions. After all, professional teams are not charity halls. Only those who are useful to the team can stay, not just anyone. After all, the team still depends on performance and strength. In the next round of games, pay attention to being calm in that game. Zheng Qi found Zheng Qi and said to him. As a jack-of-all-trades player, Zheng Qi also needs to be calm on the court, which is similar to Bin Shikai, and his low-key and silent personality is also in line with his characteristics, so he has always performed very well. However, if he becomes a little impulsive in the game due to his mood, then his performance will naturally be greatly affected. So Zheng Qi said the same thing to Zheng Qi. I know I need to be calm, but I can't calm down. Zheng Qi said. Well, I understand. If I was really not as good as Xiaobo at the time, then I would have nothing to say about being eliminated. But it is obvious that at the time, no matter in terms of performance or character attributes, I was better than Xiaobo. To be honest, even after 2 years, I still can't swallow this breath. Zheng Qi said angrily. I'm very happy to come to Pfaffen. I'm also very happy to be a part of Pfaffen, and I'm even happier to have my current role. However, I still can't forget why I was fired. Xiaobo told me the day before that he was going to let me stay, and he left, and turned around and asked the senior management to fire me. Even if he didn't say that at the time, I wouldn't be so angry if I was fired. At the time, I regarded him as a good friend. I understand, although I have never been betrayed by a friend, I can't stand it if a good friend really does this to me. Zheng Qi sighed and patted Zheng Qi on the shoulder. If you really can't calm down, then don't calm down. In the next round of the league, you can rush and attack in the front, or you can play the same way as before. In short, we have to defeat the Thunder, not only for the 3 points, but also to help you and Brother Kai vent their anger. Zheng Qi said. Zheng Qi nodded heavily. When he saw the schedule, Zheng Qi was waiting for this day to come. Although the treatment he received from the Thunder was actually nothing, it was far from being as excessive as the Thunder treated Bin Shikai. It was normal for young players to be cut. With 20 super teams every year, wouldn't dozens or hundreds of young players be cut? If everyone was resentful, then nothing could be done. However, Zheng Qi was betrayed by a good friend after all, and he was young and energetic, so he couldn't stand this. The more introverted and silent a person is, the less he can tolerate his friendship being betrayed. Zheng Qi knew that Zheng Qi was not an unreasonable person, and as a teammate, he also regarded Zheng Qi as his brother. Your brother wants to vent his anger, so what do you need to do? Don't pretend to tell him to calm down, just pick up your weapons and fight together. Of course, this refers to the game, not real life. Chapter 490 Undercurrent. Our opponent in the next game is Thunder. To be honest, there is nothing much to say about this game. Zheng Qi said luckily when Zhu Shan was making arrangements before the game. His words made the Fifen players laugh out loud. From the ranking point of view, there is really nothing to say about this game. Fifen is now ranked first, and what about Thunder? Now ranked 18th, although because Mingfeng and Lingdong have extremely poor results since the beginning of this season, they have only got 1 point and 3 points respectively, so their team with 7 points does not seem very dangerous. After all, they are only ranked 18th with a disadvantage in goal difference. There are 3 other teams with 7 points. As long as they play a little better, it will not be a problem to leave the relegation zone. However, no matter what, Thunder's performance can only be regarded as a mid to lower relegation team, which is no different from last year. Fifen is the first ranked team. Does it need extra preparation? Zhu Shang glanced at Zheng Qi. What are you doing? You should take every game seriously. Have you forgotten so quickly? Of course, he also knew that this game had a different meaning for Bin Shikai and Zheng Qi. In this case, it was reasonable for Zheng Qi to ease the tense atmosphere. Be flexible in the game. When Bin Shikai finds an opportunity, he is ready to respond and assist at any time. He can play more openly in offensive and defensive. Thunder is also in the process of rebuilding. Against such a team, we can better play our personal level. Zhu Shang continued to say what he wanted to say, and the extraordinary players nodded. To be honest, this kind of play, which was in the same vein as the previous game, was more in line with their appetite, which made them not too tired in the game. Of course, they also knew that it was because the opponents in these 2 rounds were not mature enough that this way of playing could achieve the best effect. If they changed to other opponents, they would have too many flaws if they played like this. Zheng Qi raised his head and looked at Zhu Shang with a grateful look in his eyes. This was exactly the way he wanted to see the game. He knew that it was difficult for him to stay calm, but in such an impact, he could completely stimulate his level. This was what he had been holding back for more than 2 years and wanted to show to Thunder. You know, if the Thunder wanted to bring him in during the transfer period this year, although he felt that he was not so cheap and would not go, then at least he would feel better, but what was too much was that the Thunder did not even have this intention. Honest people rarely get angry, but once they get angry, they really can't control themselves. And now, the team's tactics just allow him to vent his anger, which Zheng Qi felt. Maybe Zhu Shang did not adopt such tactics because of him, but it would not reduce Zheng Qi's gratitude. He just said to himself in his heart that he must play his best in this game, must win the game, and must beat Xiaobo. Bin Shikai patted his shoulder and said nothing. Although both of them were from the Thunder, they actually had no interaction before, but now, their mood is the same. It's just that Bin Shikai is more indifferent, and Zheng Qi is more excited. As for the others, there is nothing bad about the mentality of this game. Although they feel the same, they have no grudges against the Thunder after all. For them, this game is just an ordinary league game, and they have to win this game. What about the Thunder? Recently, our results are not very good. That's because we have encountered some strong teams, and our performance is not stable. We will perform better and better in the next games. Although there is no obvious improvement compared with last year, the results are similar. Such similar results represent different meanings. Last year, we took Ben Shikai as the core. He is old. How many years can he play? He can only decline. This year, we take Xiaobo as the core. He is young and capable. He is enough to become the core player of the Thunder in the next 10 years. Building a team around him can have a longer-term effect. Temporary fluctuations in results are inevitable. The Thunder's head coach made such an explanation to the top management, and such an explanation was passed, which also made the Thunder's head coach relieved. Since the era of professional football 100 years ago, the head coach has always been the best scapegoat, and now is no exception. After all, from a cost point of view, it is unlikely to replace all the players, but it is much easier to replace the coach. When the coach is replaced, the fans' dissatisfaction will temporarily subside, and the club will be much quieter. He doesn't want to be replaced himself. However, the Thunder's performance this year is indeed a bit unacceptable. Although the Thunder also fell into the dilemma of relegation last year, it was not like this at the beginning. They began to show more decline in the second half of the season. That was also because of internal problems. The disagreement between Xiaobo's faction and Ben Shikai's faction seriously affected their combat effectiveness. Faced with this situation, as the head coach, he made what he thought was the most correct decision. Ben Shikai is the past present, and Xiaobo is the upcoming future. What's more, Xiaobo has a good relationship with the senior executive of the management. As a head coach, he certainly needs the support of the senior management, so, with the tacit approval of the senior management, he put Ben Shikang on the transfer market, replaced some players, introduced some newcomers, Eastern Standard Time established Xiaobo as the new core, and built a new lineup. This large-scale action can be regarded as a kind of change. Of course, there will be pain in the change. In view of this point, the senior management did not want to do anything to him. Of course, the senior management who supported Xiaobo should have made a lot of efforts in this. However, in the final analysis, the results must be improved to make the backbone strong, and meeting Fifen at this time is not a good thing for them. They just lost to Southland in the last round, and Fifen is now ranked first, showing an extremely good state. What makes the Thunder feel even more embarrassed is that Ben Shikang played an extremely important role in this wave of 5 consecutive victories. The former captain who was abandoned by them showed his peak performance in a new army, which is enough to make them a joke. If the Thunder's performance is good, it is nothing. It can only be said that moving a tree to a dead person will bring life. However, compared with the Thunder's current poor performance, the Thunder seems to be quite stupid. Even when Ben Shikang transferred, the Circle felt that the Thunder made a good deal, selling an outdated captain at such a high price. 120 million is enough for them to introduce several good strengths. At the time, the Thunder's head coach wanted to buy Zheng Qi back. After all, Zheng Qi's price was not high, his character attributes were excellent, and he was also a Thunder youth training. Buying him back was a very cost-effective deal. However, such a request was rejected by the top management. A guy who was casually abandoned by them before is now bought back with money. Don't we want face? Of course, the deeper reason may be that Xiaobo does not want Zheng Qi to come back, which is too difficult to face. Because of this series of reasons, Thunder did not want to buy Zheng Qi, but now the head coach regrets it a little. With Zheng Qi's level, if he joins Thunder, Xiaobo, as an attacker, can get quite good support, and he will not always appear to be lacking in attack power. Xiaobo's level is indeed good, plus his current god-level account. Xiaobo, as the arrow of the attack, can always have a very bright performance, but the performance of others is a little worse, which makes Thunder's performance also have a big discount. In the view of the head coach, as long as it continues, if the level of the whole team can be better played, then Thunder's stable performance will become a kind of inevitability. This game against Fifen may be difficult, but aren't there still a lot of soft persimmons to pinch later? Compared with those teams without god-level players, the Thunder still has a big advantage. In this game, we will continue to attack around Xiaobo, just like before. This is our Thunder tradition. We have always had an outstanding leader, and Xiaobo is also such a player. Do you understand? When arranging the tactics before the game, the Thunder's head coach said this to all the Thunder players. The Thunder players nodded one after another. They had nothing to say. Xiaobo's performance was indeed good, and it was right to play around him. Originally, many people in the Thunder were dissatisfied with Xiaobo and missed Ben Shikang. However, with Ben Shikang's departure, his most loyal teammates also left one after another. Now there is no other sound in the locker room. Everyone just listens to the coach's instructions and goes to the game. Although it seems a little silent, at least the locker room is very quiet, without other sounds and no noise. Xiaobo is very satisfied with this situation. In his opinion, he has just been established as a core player, and is still very fragile. If the situation in the team is not good, his prestige will be greatly affected. In this case, he may not be able to continue to be a core player smoothly. However, the locker room is so quiet now, and no one else is making a fuss. As long as he is given some time, he can lead the team to achieve good results. Slowly, his position will naturally be established. Xiaobo's confidence is of course justified. Since the beginning of this season, although the Thunder's performance has not been good, his personal performance is quite good. Compared with those traditional god-level players, it is not much different. Such performance not only boosts his confidence, but also makes the whole team more confident. In the long run, his position will not be shaken. He will become the real core of the Thunder, a traditional team, and completely replace Ben Shikang. Xiaobo, who was thinking so ambitiously, ignored that there might be huge undercurrents in the calm locker room, just waiting for an opportunity to erupt. Chapter 491 Extraordinary Picture Selection. Hey, did you get the attendance statistics for this game? It's really shocking. Sui King rushed into a box above the stands and shouted loudly. Luli, Zhuoqiu, Wei Jiangshan and others in the box looked at him as if he was mentally retarded. Do you still need to check the attendance statistics? You can see with the naked eye that there are many more people coming to this game than before. Hearing Zheng Qi say this, Sui Qingfeng laughed. I just found that there seemed to be too many people, so I checked it out. Guess how many people were in the audience for this game? Anyway, it's a lot more than the 15 million in the last game. I estimate it to be 20 million. Lu Li said after thinking for a while. More than 22 million. Among them, more than 10 million supporters, and the rest are all Thunder fans. Sui Qingfeng said with a smile. 10 million supporters. This is a little more than the last game, but does Thunder have so many fans? Wu Jiangshan asked in surprise. Originally, there weren't any. After all, their performance this year was not good, and many fans were unwilling to come to the scene to watch the game. But this game, some old fans of Thunder came. Do you know why? Sui Qingfeng said. Because of Ben Shikai. The others were not stupid either. That's right, I didn't expect him to have so many fans, Sui Qingfeng sighed. What are you thinking about? He has been the top player of Thunder for 8 years and led Thunder to the best result in 20 years, 4th place. How many fans do you think he has? Zhu Wuqiu said. That's right. I checked. In previous years, Thunder would have at least tens of millions of fans supporting them with each game. This year, it has dropped to about 8 million. It seems that Ben Shikai has a lot of fans, but why didn't they follow Ben Shikai to support our team? Lu Li asked curiously. As soon as this question was asked, the three men laughed at the same time. Because they are Thunder fans after all. Even if Thunder treats Ben Shikai badly, they can't follow Ben Shikai everywhere. Although there are individual fans of players, generally speaking, they like the players more because they perform well in the team that fans like. Ben Shikai will bring us some fans, but not all of them. They still support Thunder. They came to watch this game live. In addition to supporting Thunder, they also want to see Ben Shikai again in this opportunity. Zhu Wuqiu explained. So that's how it is. It sounds a bit complicated. Lu Li nodded. It sounds like it's very powerful. In short, we're in a good momentum now. The consecutive victories have stabilized many fans. It seems that this year, we can share more. Wu Jiangshan said happily. For a club, having good income is of course very important, and good income often depends on the team's good performance on the field. Only by continuously achieving good performance can more people be attracted to watch, and this is even more true for the current football era club. The characteristics of the football era determine that your fans will no longer be basically from the local area. Otherwise, a team like Fifen would have no place to stay, because in the city of G where they are located, most of the fans are fans of the South Country. But now, they can rely on their performance to attract a steady stream of fans from the entire Myth area. Obviously, Fifen already has such ability. As a newly promoted team, they have been ranked first for 2 consecutive rounds, which puts them under a lot of pressure, but at the same time, they have received a lot more attention. This kind of thing is complementary. The Fifen players certainly don't know that there are a lot more spectators in the stands now than before. After all, after the team entered the locker room, there were very few external communications. Lu Li and others would not use such things to disturb the Fifen players. However, after they appeared, even if they couldn't hear the outside voices, they could see the number of spectators in the stands outside through the barrier. Even if they looked at it, they could detect that there were more than before. This gave them another reason to win this game. There were already 2 before, that is, to vent the anger of Ben Shikai and Qingquan, and now, there is one more. This game is Fifen's home court. Fifen has the power to choose the map. In the previous home games, they basically changed a complex map in each game, showing the super strength of this new army on complex maps. This is also one of the reasons why they are favored by many people outside. For pure Super League newcomers, unfamiliarity with maps often restricts their faster progress, because pure newcomers are more familiar with ordinary maps in amateur leagues and first-class leagues, but not familiar with complex maps. Even if they are familiar with complex maps, they are only familiar with 1 or 2. The 7 most complex maps require a long time to adapt. But Fifen is better than ordinary super teams in this regard. The new army with such strong character attributes and so familiar with complex maps, can it still be considered a new army? This is the most critical reason why the media started to promote Fifen, not just because they defeated Tin He and Chengfeng last year. A club with such a strong team and familiarity with maps is definitely not an ordinary new army. They can reach very high heights. So when Fifen didn't perform well at the beginning, the media began to mock them. It was not just because they followed the trend, but they felt that their sincerity was in the wrong direction. The media also has feelings. and the 5 rounds of the league and 5 consecutive wins have proved that they are indeed such a strong team. FIFA played 7 league games before, including 3 home games. The maps they used in these 3 home games were Wakanao, Chibai, and Penching, which are among the most complex maps. What kind of maps will they use in this game? The 7 most complex maps cannot be reused. In other words, except for Wakanao, which they used in the last home game, they can use the other 6 maps. What kind of map will they use in this game? This is a point that everyone is very curious about. Although FIFA had shown his incomparable familiarity with the maps in the A-League last year, and used this to create a miracle of undefeated victory at home, their familiarity with the maps was surprising, but that was in the A-League after all. Gaining an advantage in the A-League does not mean that they can also gain an advantage in the Super League. After all, most A-League teams have a superficial understanding of the 7 complex maps, while the Super League teams are basically familiar with the complex maps. In the Super League, FIFA's familiarity with the maps can still take some advantage, which is amazing, proving that the strategic data reserves of this new army are not inferior to any super team. Not only the audience and reporters are looking forward to it, but even the Thunder players are looking forward to it. They are very familiar with complex maps. Although they are mainly newcomers, they are targeting the Thunder team. Most of them have only joined Thunder for 3 or 4 years, not much earlier than Xiaogo. They don't have much respect for Benchikang, so they naturally surround Xiaogo. The old people of Thunder have retired or left. There are not many left. This year's cleanup has brought in a group of other players. They still need time to run in. However, as super players, plus Thunder's map data reserves are not bad, so they don't have too many problems in this regard. Xiaobo is also thinking about this problem. What map will FIFA use? Wakanao is impossible. Will it be Chibai and Penching that they have used, or Faishui, Changping, Yiling and Changbangpo that they have not used? If it is Chibai, then we will try to fight with them, try not to lose the ball, drag the game to the later stage, and use the random flames and collapses on the map to create opportunities. If it is Penching, then we will play more flexibly and try to launch a surprise attack by Dietger. If it is Changping, then our team will gather together, and we should not separate the offenser and defenser, and entangle with them, waiting for them to get irritated and have problems. For any possible map, Thunder is ready. After all, even Xiaobo does not think that Thunder can defeat FIFA, who has been in great glory recently, but we must always be prepared. Any corresponding tactics are not sure of winning, but they can give them a chance to win. Points are always snatched back one by one. How can it be so easy to get points? If you get points, the other party will not get them or get less. In this competition, there is no warmth and friendship. There is only naked competition. If you have him, you don't have him. Is there anything more cruel than this? Therefore, Xiaobo and Lady Tim also made extremely perfect preparations for this game. Although they were not so detailed as to prepare for any contract, they had done what they could in general, so that when they saw the map, they would know what they should do. The next moment, the original appearance of the map was revealed in front of everyone. Then everyone gasped, except for FIFA who had been prepared. The Battle of Julu. The Battle of Julu also has a very important position in Chinese history, and even gave rise to a famous idiom such as burning the boats and breaking the cauldrons. It was after this battle that Zheng Qi became famous all over the world, laying a good foundation for his future status as the overlord of West Anshu. However, in the game map of the football era, this map only means one thing. This is an extremely simple map. Half of the map is surrounded by water, and the other half is surrounded by city walls. There is no way to retreat. The whole map is a plain, with a panoramic view, without any obstacles, and no space for any tactical use. Although this is one of the maps for the game, it is generally only used as a training map. FIFA chose such a map at home. Chapter 492. Catharsis. There are many maps in the football era game, and they are basically based on famous battles. These battles can be experienced in the dungeons during the upgrade process, so even players from other countries will not be unfamiliar with these maps. As for why the maps are all named after ancient Chinese battles, I can only say that Peking Un, the creator of football era, is a Chinese. Of course, he will only use the things he is most familiar with. Foreigners were dissatisfied with this before, but now they are indifferent. The names of these maps are naturally famous. If someone who doesn't know the map sees them, they probably think that each map is amazing. The Battle of Julu is such a famous battle, so the map represented should be even more amazing. However, in the eyes of the players, when they see the map of the Battle of Julu, only one word will sound in their mind: training map. Yes, although the map of the Battle of Julu is in the game's gallery, and its reputation looks very high-end and classy, it is generally not used in the game. It is just used as a training map. Just like when Fifan and Zheng Qi played a friendly match before, most of the time they used the Julu map because it was the simplest and clearest. Generally, many players use this map to settle grudges. It's a melee, and whoever wins will win. In fact, it's not impossible to use such a map in the game, especially for top teams like Zheng Qi, which have an advantage in strength. Using such a map can fully bring out their personal abilities. However, doing so is undoubtedly bullying. If you do it too much, everyone will definitely dislike it, and as a game, there is no beauty. What's more, if you are used to playing like this at home, you'll suffer more in the away game. Random maps are also a way to train players' random reactions. If you always play in relatively simple situations, can you adapt to complex environments? Of course not. Using such a map will only offend people, have no good reputation, and may not be beneficial. Naturally, no team will use such a simple map. Strong teams have to save face, and weak teams don't have the ability to use such a map. So slowly, although this map is still one of the game maps, it has almost been forgotten. Anyway, it's just a large plane, there is nothing, and there is no need to adapt to anything. Fifan, however, used this map that can almost be said to have been put into the archives. This approach seems a big bat, but in the context of the match between Fifan and Thunder, people will think about it and say, oh, so that's how it is. Fifan wants to help Bin Shikai and Zheng Qi. After thinking about it, everyone suddenly felt that Fifan's behavior seemed to be understandable. They didn't use such a map in other games, and using this map was not for them to take advantage. After all, Fifan's level on complex maps is also well known. Teams that rack their brains to find loopholes are of course despised, but not for finding loopholes, but to give their players a sigh of relief. They are willing to give up the complex maps they are good at and come to such a fair fight. Such a team is somewhat worthy of admiration. Of course, the Thunder would definitely not think so. As the object of being confronted with such a map, their mood seems very bad. This is understandable. Being targeted, of course, will make you angry. Moreover, although Fifan is a new team, there are two former Thunder players, one of whom is the legendary captain of Thunder, Ben Shikai. This itself brings a different meaning to this game. Our former captain seems to be doing very well. He should be a captain-level figure in Fifan now, right? It's really amazing that he came to humiliate the former team. Xiaobo said sarcastically, and his words immediately mobilized the Thunder players' emotions of common hatred against the enemy. You know, Ben Shikai is highly respected in Thunder, but his prestige has been reduced a lot last year. In addition, with the big cleanup during this year's transfer period, his diehards are almost no longer in Thunder. Now most of the Thunder players feel that he is a passerby, and a small number of them are Xiaobo's direct descendants. If it were in the past, Xiaobo said this without any reason, there would definitely be people defending Ben Shikai, even if Xiaobo is the current top player and captain. But what about now? They took the opportunity to focus their hatred on Ben Shikai. It must be said that Xiaobo is still a very smart guy. Without any certainty, he easily set up a target, thus inspiring the morale of the whole team. It is a pity that Ben Shikai did not start this game, otherwise, the effect would be better. Xiaobo thought to himself that he hoped Ben Shikai could be more aggressive in the game, so that the Thunder team would forget the former captain faster and let the new captain take the position better, right? The Thunder fans in the stands had some mixed emotions. Most of them would not forget the contributions that Ben Shikai, the old captain, have made to the team in the past 8 years. After all, he brought the Thunder to the highest height, and this point could not be erased before Xiaobo led the Thunder to a better result than the 4th place. Many of Thunder fans came for Ben Shikai in this game. They were in a complicated mood. They hoped to see Ben Shikai perform well and to see Thunder win. In their opinion, the best situation is that Ben Shikai performs well and Thunder wins the game. After the game, both sides laugh and forget their grudges. Ben Shikai generously wishes Thunder better and better, based on their understanding of Ben Shikai. If Ben Shikai really tried his best but still lost the game, he would bless Thunder. However, now, the cruel reality appeared in front of them from the beginning of the game. Fifan used such a map to show his attitude. Fifan and Thunder will never be friends, but may become mortal enemies. Those famous mortal enemies often gradually develop because of some trivial things. Now Fifan clearly wants to tear his face with Thunder, and Thunder certainly can't be so shameless as to be friendly with others. No matter what, just do it. Fuck him. The fans of Thunder began to shout crazily, and the fans of Fifen were not to be outdone, shouting even louder than usual. It was very simple. When the two sides had opposing emotions, the emotions of the fans could be better mobilized. The so-called common hatred against the enemy, that's the reason. Don't say it, Uncle Ming's trick is really powerful. He clearly wants to make things difficult for Thunder, and he mobilized the emotions of the fans in an instant. Sui Kingdom sighed. Yes, in this way, no matter who the opponent is, the fans have invested enough emotions, and the probability of becoming our die-hard fans is much greater. Anyway, we don't have much feelings for Thunder, so if we offend them, we offend them. A club cannot survive in the league without a few friends, and it is not good to have a few mortal enemies. Otherwise, how can we gather the morale of the team? Zhuqiu said. On the court, the morale of the players on both sides had naturally been mobilized. Needless to say, the Fifen players were just venting their anger for Bin Shikai and Qingquan, and this reason was enough for them to look forward to the victory of this game. Not only do we have to win, we have to win thoroughly. The players of Thunder were also irritated by the opponent's actions. With Xiaobo's instigation, their anger quickly reached its maximum value. The opponent is already regarded as enemies, so what else can we say? Just do it. When the whistle of the game sounded, the players of both sides immediately rushed over like a tide. On such a map, what support, what decoy, what ambush, that's all nonsense, only the frontal attack is the most effective approach. Fifen was the first to kick off. Except for Su Jing who controlled the ball in the back and Zhu Yi who protected him, all of them rushed over. In Fifen's starting lineup, except for Su Jing and Zhu Yi, they were all attackers. Although Thunder did not expect it at first, after seeing this map, they urgently completed the substitution and also replaced all the attackers. Zheng Qi took the lead and rushed to the front. He was originally the arrow of Fifen. As long as he started, he would rush to the front to break the formation. Generally speaking, the one who rushed at the same level as him would be one of Li Gurui and Wang Yuanfen. They were fast, but they would not charge head-on, and would usually attack from the flank. However, today, Qingquan was also rushing in front with Zheng Qi. Qingquan was a jack-of-all-trades player. His usual tasks on the field were to collaborate, assist, connect the front and middle courts, and provide support. However, today, he just wanted to rush in once and for all. This was also a kind of catharsis. A man who had not been able to vent well would easily become perverted. Qingquan had been waiting for this day for more than 2 years, and now he wanted to vent in a good way. The two sides soon collided in the center of the field. Xiaobo. Qingquan saw Xiaobo, who was also rushing in the front. Xiaobo was an attacker, the arrowhead of Thunder, so of course he would rush in the front. This position was not easy to do, after all, the arrowhead was the most powerful part of an arrow, but it was also the easiest to break. Any team, if they let the attacker who charges the formation as the core, then they must be careful of the consequences after the arrowhead is broken. This has been proven many times, so most teams will not do this. For example, Shenhua has a strong attacker Fan Yuan, but their core is still Yimo. For example, Nanglo has a strong attacker Sun Fei, but their defense has always been quite strong. Only Chang'an used this tactic before, but that was also because they had a unique Lu Xiaoshan. Compared with these top players, Xiaobo is naturally a little worse, but since Lady Tim uses him as the core, there will be a backup. Even if Xiaobo dies, the others will be able to persist well. This is the essence of this tactic. Chapter 493 Provocation. When Xiaobo heard Qingquan shout, he also saw Qingquan. Xiaobo was actually very familiar with Qingquan. After all, the two were promoted from the youth team at the same time, and then went to District 108 to build characters. At the time, their relationship was quite good. With a good relationship, they naturally talked about everything, including their own technical characteristics, and they would know each other well. Qingquan didn't hide anything at the time, but what about Xiaobo? He hid some of his own things at the time. It wasn't that he had long wanted to trick Qingquan, but in Xiaobo's view, no matter how familiar a friend was, he still needed to hide some of his skills. And now, the two sides have become opponents. Xiaobo would naturally not feel burdened to trick Qingquan, but more than a year had passed, and for Xiaobo, he had already cleaned himself up in his heart. Seeing Qingquan rushing towards him, he was not angry but happy. Although you went to Fifen and got a god-level account, my current account is not inferior to yours. And when we were in the youth team, you were a versatile player and I was an attacker. Are you courting death by confronting me head-on like this? What's more, I have already established my own position in the team, and what about you? You don't have such a positioning for fun, right? My teammates will assist and support me well, what about you? Then let me defeat you in a head-on conflict to prove that Lei Tim was right to choose me at the time. Thinking of this, Xiaobo went to Zheng Qi without dodging. He was already familiar with this situation, after all, he did this in every game. But Zheng Qi was not familiar with such a confrontation. However, when the two were about to make contact first, Xiaobo shone with the light of various auxiliary skills, and at the same time, Zheng Qi also shone with the light of various auxiliary skills. The support of Su Jing and other Fifan players was no worse than that of Lei Ting. Since Zheng Qi was going to vent in the game, he had to vent better. Auxiliary skills that increase attributes, auxiliary skills that increase resistance, auxiliary skills that increase blood recovery. It seems a bit wasteful to hit so many auxiliary skills on one person, but the Fifan players still did it. Because they don't want to see their teammates at any disadvantage when confronting their enemies. Xiaobo and Zheng Qi collided with each other first. Over the past 2 years, Xiaobo's position in Thunder has become increasingly outstanding, which has also cultivated enough self-confidence for him. When professional players fight, self-confidence is of course very important. After all, there are upper limits for attributes and operations. Only the state can make the difference in the performance of players, and self-confidence can bring about the state. Xiaobo is quite outstanding now. Zheng Qi is a little worse in this regard. After all, he has always played a supporting role in Fifan and lacks the opportunity and level to turn the tide at a critical moment. In this case, when the two collided with each other, Xiaobo obviously began to gain the upper hand. However, Zheng Qi entangled Xiaobo. He knew that he was not Xiaobo's opponent in a head-on confrontation. After all, he was not good at this. But as a member of Fifan, he knew that he could still play a role in such a situation. He tried his best to avoid Xiaobo's fatal offensive, and he followed Xiaobo closely, entangled Xiaobo like a snake, and while constantly bearing Xiaobo's damage, Xiaobo's space for movement was limited to a certain position. In this game, he put all the extra attribute points into physical fitness and speed, just to entangle Xiaobo. Xiaobo soon found out that something was wrong, but he had no good way. When a player with a god-level account is determined to entangle you, even if you were a real god-level player, it is not so easy to dodge. What's more, Xiaobo rushed to the front. What's more, the other extraordinary players assisted quite promptly. When Zheng Qi entangled Xiaobo, Zheng Qi and Li Gurui, who were supposed to attack the middle road, circled to both sides at the same time, and then attacked the middle road again. The two of them joined forces and cut Xiaobo out of his team. Of course, the Thunder players would not watch the core players being cut off, but Zheng Qi and Li Gurui stood firm in their positions. Other extraordinary players kept coming forward to support, and the support of the teammates in the back also began to keep up, successfully dividing the Thunder formation into two. Xiaolai soon noticed this problem. He didn't have any problems now, because Fifan and the others were just cutting off the connection between him and his teammates, and there was no other action. Facing Zheng Qi, he still had some advantages. I thought you were more promising and wanted to kill me in a one-on-one fight, but in the end you're just a helper. Xiaobo said sarcastically. Zheng Qi had an angry look on his face, but his tone was very calm. I'm a supporting player. There's no need to fight you head-on. If I can entangle you, then I have completed the tactical strategy. Are you using the interests of the whole team to cover up your incompetence? Zheng Qi, you have always been like this, with no ambitions. A guy like this, even if he has a god-level account, is just an ordinary player. Xiaobo laughed, and there was an undisguised mockery of Zheng Qi in his voice. Zheng Qi was not angry. He knew what Xiaobo meant by saying this. It was quite difficult to entangle Xiaobo. In terms of operation, Xiaobo might have been inferior to him before, but with the training in the past few years and the progress brought by specializing in attack, he had suppressed him in this aspect. Although Zheng Qi had been making progress, compared with Xiaobo, he was relatively balanced in all aspects. Naturally, he was inferior to Xiaobo in terms of confrontation. Xiaobo wanted to provoke him, but he was not a fool. One-on-one, they were not opponents, but if they won as a whole, it was also a win. Zheng Qi saw this very clearly. He did need to vent, but he was not stupid enough to go up and fight when he knew he couldn't win. There were many ways to defeat an opponent, and it was not necessary to defeat the opponent in a one-on-one duel. The victory of the team was also his revenge. Hatred for Xiaobo was his own business, but defeating Thunder was the whole Fifan's business. He succeeded. He entangled Xiaobo tightly, and Thunder, which lacked its core, soon began to lose its strength under the fierce attack of Fifan. In this situation, using space to trade time is the best choice. After all, it can slowly ease the overall disadvantage. However, now their core is entangled and cannot retreat. Do they have to retreat and leave the core there? The Thunder players have experienced this before, but they dare not do it. The Thunder coach was also confused. He couldn't make such a decision. Fifan can obviously kill Xiaobo quickly. Xiaobo is now surrounded by Fifan's people, but Fifan didn't do it. Instead, he used Xiaobo to contain the other players of Thunder, so that they couldn't leave easily. This approach is quite effective. A commentator sighed and said that many people also saw that Fifan trapped the opponent's core, but didn't kill him. Instead, he used the opponent's core to prevent the opponent's large force from leaving. This tactic is quite vulgar, but it has an extremely outstanding effect. More importantly, if it weren't for the high skills and courage, they wouldn't dare to make such a tactic. But Fifan did it, and the effect of their doing so was also quite good. Xiaobo also discovered Fifan's idea at this moment. He immediately asked others to leave quickly in the team channel. Unfortunately, he was still a step late. In the entanglement just now, Fifan did not pursue a certain Thunder player, but tried his best to make the physical value of the Thunder players collectively decline and approach the danger line. At this time, Fifan's fierce attack broke out at the same time. In just a few seconds, Fifan's players attacked without protecting themselves, causing them to lose 3 players. However, at this price, the reward was extremely rich. The Thunder players were almost wiped out, only 2 people fled with residual blood, and there was only 1 Xiaobo left. In this process, Xiaobo certainly would not watch his teammates die, but Zheng Qi still entangled him tightly, even if he paid more physical value. In the end, Zheng Qi's physical value was exhausted and he left the field. However, the moment before he turned into light, Zheng Qi said nothing, but Xiaobo saw an extremely strong irony in his eyes. Zheng Qi was killed and left the field, losing to Xiaobo. But what about Xiaobo? At the same time when Zheng Qi was killed, Fifan and the other players, who had already decided the outcome, killed Xiaobo in a backhand move. He and Zheng Qi returned to the player seat almost at the same time. Next, Fifan began to break through with great force, chasing after the 2 Thunder players with low health, catching up with them one by one and killing them on the way. When they arrived in front of the Thunder Gate, although 1 or 2 Thunder players had already returned to the field, facing Fifan's absolute numerical advantage, their resistance could only be regarded as a formality. Zheng Qi broke through the Thunder Gate. In the opening confrontation, Fifan suppressed the opponent like a rotten wood, and then scored a goal. Such a result made many people speechless. Even if they suppressed the opponent, they couldn't score so easily, right? Yes, on such a map, it is indeed more advantageous for the team that suppresses both the overall and individual abilities, but after all, they are all Super League teams. After just a few minutes of contact, Fifan crushed the entire Thunder team like a rotten wood, and then scored a goal. Isn't it a bit too easy? This is just the first one. There will be more goals. After scoring the goal, Zheng Qi waved his arms and shouted loudly. This direct provocation undoubtedly made the enthusiasm of the extraordinary fans rise again, and made the Thunder fans start to get angry. The atmosphere in the stadium began to become more heated. Chapter 494. Take it seriously. Not long after the start of the game, they were defeated and lost the ball. This reality, without a doubt, made the Thunder a little frustrated. They knew that Fifan was not easy to play against, and the rankings of the 2 teams were quite different. However, under such circumstances, it was really embarrassing to be beaten by the opponent in such a disgraceful way. What's more, Qi had not even played yet. Let's attack and fight them. Even if we lose, we must show our style. Xiaobo encouraged his teammates loudly. On such a map, there was really nothing to say, that is, just fight. As a spearhead, Xiaobo must take such responsibility. However, although he said so, Xiaobo was a little uneasy in his heart. In the confrontation just now, although he killed Zheng Qi, anyone with a little vision could see that it was Zheng Qi who actually completed the tactical thinking, not him. He won a little in the individual confrontation, but lost a lot in the overall layout. If he wanted to be a god-level player, he had to have some face, and he couldn't say that he won. The fact that Qi didn't play did bring a lot of pressure to Xiaobo. Others might underestimate Qi, but Xiaobo wouldn't. He was born in Thunder. When he was a child, Qi had already created the best results in Thunder. Although he took advantage of some situations to replace Ben Shikai, he also knew that if the top management didn't have the idea, he wouldn't have the ability. In the final analysis, he was just a knife. Because the top management wanted to change blood, he had a chance, which didn't mean that he could beat Ben Shikai. The 32-year-old Ben Shikai can still have an extremely important tactical position after transferring to Fifan. What about him? Thinking of this, Xiaobo didn't have much confidence. This is also related to his not being too upright in his position. If he had won Ben Shikai in a direct competition, then there is no doubt that he would not lack confidence now. The problem is that he won dishonorably and felt guilty. What confidence can he have? But at this time, he can only bite the bullet and go up. It's not okay not to go up. The games start again. Fifan made a large-scale rotation. Only Zheng Qi and Qingquan remained on the court, and Ben Shikai, who was off the court, was also replaced to maintain the combat effectiveness on the court to the maximum extent. The two sides started to confront each other again. Although Xiaobo was a little unsure, he still performed bravely. With the help of other teammates behind him, the Thunder's offensive was also played in a similar way. Fifan did not rush and attack like before, but started to tangle with the opponent relatively peacefully. Such entanglement is the main theme in the game, so although the enthusiasm of the fans has been thoroughly mobilized, it will not be affected. After the two sides entangled for a few minutes, Fifan's personal ability began to gradually come into play. Several outstanding players took turns to cut into the offensive and interfered with the overall offensive of the Thunder. When the two sides played more openly, Fifan's advantages were gradually revealed. At the beginning, the Thunder, who was able to confront Fifan with a bloody courage, slowly began to feel that the pressure on the team began to become greater and greater. The pressure increased and the courage was gradually lost, which meant that the Thunder's flaws began to become larger and larger. Under such circumstances, Ben Shikai's outburst once again determined the outcome of this confrontation. After his assault, the Thunder's formation was completely broken up and cut into several pieces. The personal abilities of the Fifan players were better utilized. Thunder players kept leaving the field, and they could only retreat continuously, trying to use space to exchange time. But this still didn't work. On the map that was clear at a glance, the hasty retreat could only make the opponent's advantage even greater. In desperation, Xiaobo could only choose to refresh the football. However, on this map, refreshing the football was obviously more beneficial to the team with excellent personal abilities. When the football was refreshed, Wang Yuanfan's speed began to show thoroughly. He shook off two Thunder players in a row during the attack and took the ball first. The other Fifan players also responded very promptly, blocking Thunder's pursuit and snatching the ball. Next, there was another violent attack like a storm. Thunder was once again very embarrassed to be pressed by Fifan, and was defeated all the way until he stabilized in front of the goal. However, before they could catch their breath, Fifan's attack came again fiercely. Under the strong pressure, Thunder's defense completely collapsed, and Ben Shikai handed the ball to Qingquan, who completed the final blow. 2-0, less than 20 minutes into the first half, Fifan had already established enough advantages. Thunder is doomed now. Using such a map has already proved that Fifan has strong confidence in himself, and the current score also proves this. The more they play, the better Fifan's personal ability will be. Thunder is indeed very weak now. They destroyed the previous system, but have not been able to build a new system. In front of Ben Shikai and Qingquan, who were determined to take revenge, their current resistance seems so fragile. And these two goals were won precisely because of the outstanding performance of Qingquan and Ben Shikai. For a team, being defeated by two players they abandoned is a shameful thing. The Thunder paid the price for their vision and quick success mentality of blood transfusion. If Qingquan was just an ordinary young player when he left the Thunder, and it was not a mistake to give him up, then look at Ben Shikai's performance since the beginning of this season. His condition has not declined at all, and his magic is still maintained. Such a captain who has worked hard and is loyal to the team could have stayed for a few more years, led some new players, and then retired gloriously. This would be of great benefit to the interests and reputation of the club, but the Thunder did not do so. They chose the most quick success approach. Of course, we cannot evaluate whether they were right or wrong now, but as far as this game is concerned, they were wrong. The commentators began to express their opinions. It was not that they were eager for quick success and started to criticize the Thunder when they saw Fifan was leading, but that during this period of time, the advantage displayed by Fifan was indeed too great. On such a map, their personal abilities can be brought into full play, and in a situation where everything is in full view, no tactics can work, and they can only fight head-on. With the personal abilities of Fifen players, they can perform extremely well. In such a confrontation, perhaps only Zheng Qi can compete with Fifen and his gang. Traditional strong teams such as Tin Hehin and Guo Shen Huaxinfeng all seem to be reluctant. However, Fifen can't use such a map in every game. The reasons have been mentioned before. First, it is too rough. Second, it is hated. And third, it is not good for their own competition training. Fifen used this map in this game because of Bin Shikai and Qingquan, which is not a big deal, but using such a map in other games is a bit unreasonable. Everyone is actually very clear about this, and the Thunder players are also clear about it. At the beginning, this point did not affect them at all, but now the situation is not good, and it is inevitable that they will feel why are we so unlucky. When the mood is low, the state will also decline, while Fifen's state and mood are high together, which is a worse situation for the Thunder. When they launched the attack again, they no longer had the courage they had before. They were more entangled with Fifen, trying to delay some time. This was different from the previous frivolousness. They were frivolous and well prepared. Once there was no chance to win, it would be better to train the whole team. And now, the Thunder was just trying to delay time, so as not to lose more balls and lose more face. Such entanglement was nothing to Fifen. They were now used to playing in such entanglements. What's more, they were leading and would not feel impatient because the game was deadlocked. In such entanglement, both sides made some mistakes. However, before the end of the first half, Fifen still relied on a strong attack and scored another goal. Leading by 3 goals in the first half was already a great advantage. Generally, when the game reached this point, the lacking party would probably not have any other ideas, and the leading party would also slow down the pace to save energy. After all, the game was not just one game. Unfortunately, this game was obviously different. Fifen continued to exert strong pressure after the start of the second half, causing the Thunder, who had already lost interest in the game, to encounter major setbacks. When the whistle sounded at the end of the game, at least half of the 12 million Thunder fans in the stands left the stadium in advance, because the second half of the game was too unbearable for them. Fifen scored 3 goals in the first half, and 4 in the second half. This was the second time they scored 7 goals in the game, but the difference from the last game was that Qingquan had the courage to fight Fifen in the last game, and they also scored 3 goals against Fifen in the game, which was not very embarrassing. But what about Thunder? Except for the beginning of the game, they seemed so powerless and had no desire to resist. They didn't score a single goal in the whole game, which was a big loss. It's okay to lose the game, everyone can understand this. No matter how strong the team is, it's impossible to win all the time. But if you lose the game, you have to lose with dignity. How can the fans bear to lose so ruthlessly without scoring a single goal? Of course, Fifen seemed a bit cruel, but isn't that the way it is in competitive games? You can't say that someone is wrong just because they didn't let you in. From this perspective, Fifen is actually taking this game very seriously. Chapter 495 Nothing to be dissatisfied with. When the press conference after the game was about to begin, many reporters came. Originally, such an ordinary game would not attract so many reporters, but for many reasons, everyone was very interested in seeing what would happen after this game. Fifen's lineup for the press conference made the reporters' eyes light up. Head coach Zhu Shan, captain Zheng Qi, and the remaining 2 who appeared at the press conference were Bin Shikai and Qingquan. Promising and cooperative. The reporters praised them in their hearts. However, when the Thunder's press conference participants appeared, the reporters cursed in their hearts. The Thunder's head coach brought 2 young players to the press conference, but the captain Xiaobo did not come. Coward. Coward. Dare not face it. The reporters cursed in their hearts. Although there was no public report, most people knew why Bin Shikai left. Obviously, he didn't want to leave. Why was the Thunder Club so stupid that it didn't let a veteran play more of his remaining heat but sold him directly? Isn't it that the newcomers want to get promoted quickly and want to eliminate the influence of the old captain in the team? It's just that little thing, who really can't figure it out. In addition, Qingquan and Xiaobo are the same batch of young Thunder players. At the time, Xiaobo stayed and Qingquan left. Qingquan seemed different from usual in the game. He was so impulsive, there must be other reasons. Now? Well, this guy just didn't show up. Isn't this escaping? The head coach came out, but he had to appear at the press conference. The 2 young players he brought were not familiar to the reporters. What's the point of interviewing them? It seems that only Fifen can be interviewed. So, one question after another was thrown to Fifen. The Thunder side was cold and deserted, which made people want to cry. The Thunder head coach didn't have any opinion on this. He wished that it would just pass. The loss in this game was too embarrassing. It would be better to be low-key. Fifin and the others can brag if they want to. Anyway, as long as it doesn't affect the Thunder anymore, there will be no problem. But the head coach obviously seemed a little naive. Fifin's performance in this game was impeccable. The reporters asked questions and basically just some routine questions, and praised Fifin's performance. However, when praising Fifin, they could not help but criticize Thunder. Ben Shikai performed well in this game. Do you have anything to say to Thunder? A reporter asked. There is nothing to say. We parted amicably at the time. I was very happy in Fifin. What happened in the past is over. Ben Shikai replied with a smile. As a mature player like him, he certainly knows how to answer more appropriately. If he really wants to take revenge and criticize Thunder, he may not feel good, and it will also make him look vindictive. Ben Shikai still cares about this. What do you think of Thunder's performance today? The reporter continued to ask. The Thunder is very unfamiliar to me now, but I don't understand their performance today. Of course, Fifin played very well in this game, which is a key. Ben Shikai continued to answer without leaking a single drop. He had nothing to be angry about. He played well in this game, and the Fifin team also scored 7 goals against the opponent. Even if he was unhappy when he left, he was no longer angry after this game. His feelings for Thunder were unquestionable, but everyone needed to look forward. He saw a lot of Thunder's current problems. The overall cooperation was not enough. The other players were just rigidly playing around Xiaobo. Although Xiaobo's personal ability was still good, it was difficult for him to raise the team to a certain level. There were some relatively outstanding players in the team, but they had no autonomy. They could not fully play their level around Xiaobo. After all, he was very familiar with Thunder. However, it was useless to say these words. On the contrary, Thunder would think that he was deliberately making trouble, so he didn't say it. He didn't say it, but someone wanted to say it. Zheng Qi also had a very good time in this game. Although he was killed by Xiaobo several times in the game, he controlled Xiaobo to the maximum extent. His performance in this game was also crucial. However, Xiaobo did not appear at the press conference, which made him unhappy again. I am very happy to show my level in this game, and I am even happier that my teammates support my willfulness. This game was just an accidental act, and I will continue to play in the way I am best at next time. I have been in Fifin for more than 2 years. Here, I have the biggest space, and my teammates always support me like this. It is a world of difference from the treatment I received before. In any case, I thank Fifin. Being able to join Fifin is the most critical step in my career. Ben Shikai opened his mouth and wanted to stop Zheng Qi from saying this, but he soon stopped his intention to do so with a wry smile. Zheng Qi had resentment in his heart, and it would be better to let him release it. He couldn't let him continue to hold it in like this. Moreover, Zheng Qi said this very measuredly. On the surface, he was just praising Fifin, but in fact he used Thunder as a comparison. Reporters recorded it one after another. Whether it was Ben Shikai's words or Zheng Qi's words, they all wanted to hear. The former could be used to praise Ben Shikai's style as a famous general, and the latter could be used to criticize Thunder. It was worth a trip. It was worth a trip. For Fifin, scoring 7 goals in 2 consecutive games continued to consolidate their first place in the standings. Zheng Qi suffered a small loss in this round of the league. They were tied by Xiu away from home, which allowed Fifin to occupy the first place in the standings with 19 points. They had won 6 consecutive games and were in the best momentum at the moment. Behind them were Nanguo and Tianhe, who also had 17 points. Chengqing and Shenhua followed closely with 16 points. Then came Tianlong, Gangning and Xinfen. These were all famous strong teams. The chaotic situation at the beginning of the season gradually became clear after 8 rounds. The teams that could rank at the top were still those strong teams. Tianhe and Chengqing, needless to say, Shenhua and Nanguo have always been top teams. Jinlong and Gangning are also powerful teams that can often impact the top few places. Only Xinfen did not perform well this year. They are now ranked 8th, but they only have 11 points. They are 4 points behind Jinlong and Gangning, who also have 15 points. The gap between them and Fifin has reached as much as 8 points. It is obvious that Xinfen, which has always been based on a stable offensive and defensive tactic, needs to redact the entire tactic after Zheng Qi joins. After all, Zheng Qi is an opportunistic attacker. It is common for him to run around the field and even disappear frequently after entering the court. Xianfeng needs to integrate him, and the result will indeed be greatly affected. This is also an inevitable pain. Qinhe will have such pain, Changfeng will also have such pain, and Xianfeng will certainly be unavoidable. In the case that other strong teams have ups and downs due to various reasons, Fifen has firmly occupied the first place in the standings with a wave of 6 consecutive wins. Under such circumstances, they began to receive more attention. In the last 2 rounds, they beat the opponent by 7 goals in each game, which also make their fans begin to increase. If this continues, we will become a wealthy family. Lu Li said to Su Jing. Isn't it good to become a wealthy family? My father has made a lot of money this time. Su Jing smiled. Lu Li couldn't help laughing. Su Jing's father, Su Kong, the chairman of the SYN Group, was said to be in a particularly good mood recently. He was smiling at people every day in the company, so much so that others thought the boss had taken the wrong medicine. But think about it, how could Su Kong not be in a good mood? A sponsorship fee of 100 million yuan a year would be appropriate for an ordinary Super League team, but with Fifen's current ability to attract attention, 100 million yuan is really a big profit. Even if it can't be compared with Changfeng's 1.2 billion yuan a year super sponsorship fee, teams like Nanguo Shenhua Xianfeng will not be less than 500 million or 600 million yuan a year. SYN won it with 100 million yuan, isn't it a big profit? It's just that there is only 1 year left in the contract. When it comes to renewing it next time, it won't be so cheap. But for Su Kong, he won't be greedy enough to think that 100 million yuan a year can get a famous club in the Super League. After all, many consortiums can't get the sponsorship qualification of a super team even if they cry and shout for money. This year is enough for him to make a lot of money. Recently, various orders have come many times more than before, which is a good opportunity for SYN Group to expand reproduction. Now SYN Group has begun to develop into a top-level group. All this is thanks to Zheng Qi and Fifen Club. For SYN Group, they have hit some difficulties recently. After all, it has become famous, and it will take some time to realize it. At the same time, if they want to expand reproduction, the investment will also increase. Although Su Kong has borrowed a lot of money, it still seems a bit strenuous. This is also a hurdle. If they can get through it, the overall strength of SYN Group will be on a higher level. But overall, there'll still be no problem. Temporary difficulties can be overcome. Su Kong does not intend to use the company's affairs to distract his daughter again as a professional player. She has no time to take care of other things. Next year, that will be fine. Anyway, I can still support it for a few years. Gina is willing to be a professional player, so let her be. Anyway, it won't be a few years. Su Kong thought to himself quite happily. He is not dissatisfied with the present. The group is thriving, and the performance at the Fifen Club it sponsors is also quite outstanding. So many consecutive victories are enough to maintain the attractiveness of this club. Now the future of SYN and Fifen can be said to be linked together. If SYN is good, Fifen will be good, and if Fifen is good, SYN will be even better. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto al mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en sin esfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 496. Prepared for a long time. Fifen's fans are not dissatisfied with the recent results. 6 consecutive wins, occupying the first place in the standings alone. These results, as a newly promoted team, can be said to be as good as can be, not to mention that they have scored 7 goals in the last 2 games. Regardless of the actual situation on the field, just looking at the score is very exciting. How can a new army quickly accumulate huge popularity? The conditions are very simple: always win and play well. With these 2 points, it will be possible to go through the journey that other teams can only go through in a short time. This is what Fifen is doing now. In the 9th round of the league, Fifen played away against Lingdong. As a mid-level team, Lingdong's start this season can be said to be quite bad. They have only got 3 points and are ranked last. Although the team's foundation is still there, compared with Fifen's current momentum, they are inherently inferior in momentum. Although it was an away game, Fifen's performance was still quite outstanding. They patiently dealt with the opponent and carried out an all-round confrontation. Lingdong also played very tenaciously. However, Bin Shikai performance still helped Fifen win the game. 7 consecutive wins. At the press conference after the game, Zhu Shan expressed his appreciation for the players. Although Fifan only won 2 goals in this game, their state did not decline and continued to maintain a good momentum. After all, they have indeed increased their confidence recently. Of course, such a good state now may be a big disadvantage for the overall situation. However, as Yushan said, Fifan does not need any long-term plan now. Their long-term plan is to train the team. On this basis, if we can get 1 point, we will get 1 point. If we can win a game, we will win a game. Hey, I found that every opponent of ours is always very desperate. Zheng Qi said this in the team after the game. It's normal. We are ranked first now. Whether it is a strong team or an ordinary team, winning a game for us is a very proud thing. Zheng Qi replied. That's true, but when Zheng Qi ranked first, those teams didn't put up a lot of resistance. Zheng Qi said thoughtfully. It's normal, too. Meng Fan said to Zheng Qi, Zheng and Tinhe also encountered very fierce resistance during their first attempt to win the championship. Because they hadn't established their prestige at the time, right? Zheng Qi asked. Yes, any team will go through such a process. If we can win 1 or 2 league championships, then this situation will disappear. This is also a touchstone for a championship team. Zhu Shan nodded and said. But we are a relegation team. Zheng Qi smiled. Others laughed, and Zhu Shan shrugged his shoulders. That's right, so we don't need to worry about this kind of thing, right? Yes, that's it, so don't worry about it. Let's get ready to watch the game between Nanguo and Changfeng. Su Jing said. Fifan, who won this game, continued to lead the standings, but the focus of this round was in another game. Nanguo played against Changfeng at home. Before the game started, Nanguo ranked second with 17 points, and Changfeng ranked fourth with 16 points. They were both strong contenders for the league championship. Meeting under such circumstances was of course very eye-catching. And Xing Liken's first meeting with Changfeng in the league after joining Nanguo was also quite eye-catching. Xing Liken was not very eye-catching when he was in Changfeng, but he was a good player on Changfeng's defense line. He also had the ability to organize the defense line of the whole team. Nanguo's adjustment of the defense line in the past 2 years was quite successful. Young players such as Liu Shibo and Wazil were good at defensa, which made their defensa become more and more powerful. This year, there was also an additional Xing Liken. With the offensive players such as Sun Fei, the hidden killer, they already had, their overall strength was greatly enhanced. This was a contest between spear and shield. As the last game of this round, it was also the biggest focus of this round, attracting a lot of attention. This also included the extraordinary players. Who do you hope to win? Zheng Qi asked the others before the game started. Changfeng. Many Fifan players answer this way, especially the old players who had been teammates with Shinrao Fei. Not only because they had a better relationship with Shinrao Fei, but also because Fifan now focused more on Changfeng. Either Changfeng or Tinhe, they would be Fifan's biggest competitor. Although Nanguo was a traditional strong team, its performance in recent years had not been able to break through, which inevitably made Fifan players look down on it. I think it's Nanguo. Chen Lin suddenly said. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to Chen Lin. Chen Lin had joined Fifan for more than a year, and he and Zheng Qi and others were old acquaintances. After all, when he was in District 108, Chen Lin followed Liu Shibo and had a lot of dealings with Zheng Qi and others. He was also the only player in the Fifan club who had experience in the Super League before the start of this season. Before joining Fifan, he played in Nanguo for a year. Although he didn't have much playing time, he was also a serious Super League professional player. Theoretically, with such a resume, he should have a very important position after coming to Fifan. However, after Chen Lin came, he always seemed very silent. Many times he didn't speak, and no one remembered that there was such a person in the team. Of course, he was always very reliable on the court. Fifan's group of young players were talented and high-spirited. There were more attackers and all-round players, but not many who were good at defensa. That is, Zhuyi and Fulei were more inclined to defensa. However, Zhuyi came from a grassroots background, and Fulei also wasted a long time before playing professional games. Compared with Chen Lin, they could only be regarded as a guerrilla musket team, while Chen Lin was a serious military school graduate. But Chen Lin was still very silent and inconspicuous. It was only when he spoke at this time that everyone paid attention to him. Seeing his teammates all looking at him, Chen Lin seemed a little uncomfortable. He twisted his body before saying, "The current Nanguo is very strong. Before I left, the overall defensa was already very good. With the top attackers such as Sun Fei, Pan Jie, and Yan Jianhua, the offensive and defensa are quite balanced. The defensor is no worse than the offenser. Well, this year there is another Xing, Zheng Qi said thoughtfully. Xing is highly regarded in the professional player circle. His departure is considered to be the biggest loss of Cheng this year. With him and Boss Liu on defensor, they are no less than any team that is good at defensor. Chenglin continued. Chenglin is right. Nanguo used to be strong in offensive but weak in defensor. However, relying on their offensive alone, they were able to occupy the third place for a long time. Now they have made up for their defensive weaknesses. For such a team, it is not terrible to have obvious weaknesses. As long as they make up for them, their strength will have a leap. This year's Nanguo and Chengfen team are definitely on the same level. This game is a good opportunity for us to observe our opponents, Zhu Shan said. After saying this, Chenglin sat back down and fell silent again. He just wanted to remind his teammates to tell them what he knew. Fifen's players watched the game with a happy mood. After all, as the first place, they had already won the game. No matter the outcome, there would always be at least one team that would widen the gap between them and the second and fourth place teams. This was certainly a very pleasant thing. The only regret might be that the third place team has still won this round. They swept Yinshuan 4-1 at home and began to show their form. Now they are still only 2 points behind Fifen. Of course, this will not cause any trouble to Fifen for the time being. They don't care about the complicated rankings now. As long as they win one game after another, it will be fine. Chengfeng's away challenge to Nanguo has received a lot of attention, and the process of this game is worthy of such attention. At the beginning of the game, both sides were cautiously testing each other. They are both strong teams, and there were some changes before the start of the season. Naturally, they can't rush into it easily. After probing for a while, Chengfen took the lead in launching an attack. This is also their characteristic. With the two strongest attackers in the league, if they don't attack, it would be a waste of their level. However, Nanguo also began to show their strong level in defensor. Originally, the top few teams in the league were not known for their top defensor. After all, for the football era game, offensive is the most important, and defensor cannot make the team reach a certain peak. However, Chen Feng took a different approach. While maintaining the offensive pressure, he has been constantly strengthening the defense in recent years. Whether it is promoting Liu Shbo, Zun and others from the youth team, or introducing Xing this year, they are all for strengthening defense. As a famous coach like Chen Feng, he is very patient with the layout, and the management of Nanguo will also give him more time and patience. Nanguo's defensive strength finally began to show fruitful results in this game. Chengfeng's offense is difficult to defend because they have two strong attackers. However, in this game, Chen Feng used a special defensive method to make Chengfeng's offense constantly frustrated. From the beginning of the game, Liu Shbo is clinging to Shin Ruofei. As a player of the same age, Liu Shbo entered the professional arena earlier than Shin Ruofei, but Shin Ruofei seemed to have gone further than him. But in this game, Liu Shbo is just like his ID, unmoved as a mountain. In one-on-one defense, Liu Shbo cut Shin Ruofei off from the entire Chengfeng attack line, while the other defensive players of the Southern Kingdom took Chengfeng's unparalleled attack seriously. I'm afraid Chengfeng didn't expect to encounter such a situation, right? Zheng Qi said in surprise. It seems that the Southern Kingdom has been preparing for this game for a long time. Meng Fan nodded. Chapter 497. Strong entry. Sacrificing Liu Shbo's ability to organize the defense and using him alone to cut Shin Ruofei out of Chengfeng's offense, this tactic is not very rational. After all, without Shin Ruofei, Chengfeng still has Lu Xiaoshan. Before Shin Ruofei joined Chengfeng, the Chengfeng offensive combination led by Lu Xiaoshan was still indestructible. However, this is where Chen Feng's genius lies. Chengfeng did not have Shin Ruofei before, but today, Shin Ruofei has become an important part of Chengfeng's offensive line. He and Lu Xiaoshan share the number of offensives. Without him, Chengfeng's offensive is missing half of the country. Liu Shbo's defensive organization ability is indeed very important to the overall defense of the Southland. However, without Liu Shbo, there is still Xing, and the Southland now has two defensive cores. In fact, Chen Feng's tactics are quite successful. After Liu Shbo entangled Shin Ruofei to death, Chengfeng's offense was greatly affected, and the defense of the Southland became more and more indestructible. Although Chengfeng still relied on Lu Xiaoshan's strong attack to score a goal, before that, Nanguo had already gained the advantage in the score through two sharp counterattacks. When the 90 minutes were over, the fans of Nanguo burst into extremely warm cheers. 2-1, Nanguo defeated Chengfeng. Although this was just a victory in an ordinary league, you have to know that in the past 2 years, Nanguo met Chengfen 4 times in the league and twice in the cup, and lost all of them. This is the first time that Nanguo has defeated Chengfen in 2 years. And Chengfen lost 3 games in 9 rounds of the league. This start can be said to be the worst start for Chengfen in the past 4 years. In the past 4 years, Chengfen won 2 league championships and 2 league runner-ups. They lost only 2 or 3 games in total each season. Now, they have lost 3 games in 9 league games. Does this mean that Chengfen has begun to fall from the altar? Nanguo played very well in this game. We didn't play so well, but the league has just started and we still have a long way to go. At the press conference after the game, Lu Xiaoxun avoided this topic. Reporters all thought that Chengfen was trying to cover up its weakness, it's just that they have already lost 3 league games. Can such weakness still be covered up? Chengfen was a little unlucky in this game. Of course, Nanguo's defense is also very good. I'm afraid they are now the team with the most defensive players, right? Zheng Qi said to others. Well, Liu Shibo is a god-level player, Xing Liken is also, plus a quasi-god level player was Yun. There is no team in the entire league that can have so many defensive players. Xing Liken is worthy at being a god-level player. Although many viewers think he is not worthy at the name, he is actually a defensive expert. Zheng Qi nodded. Zhu Shan and Meng Fan looked at each other and didn't comment much, especially when they saw that Chen Lin, who was usually very silent, was now smiling and happy for his boss Liu Shibo, who was keeping a close eye on Shinryu Fei. They swallowed back all the words they wanted to say. When the players dispersed, Zhu Shan and Meng Fan stayed. Liu Shibo's position is a bit delicate. Meng Fan said. Zhu Shan nodded. Yes, although Chen Feng's tactical change this time is a good move, it is also a last resort. We can have 2 offensive cores, but it is a bit unrealistic to have 2 defensive cores. Rotation cannot guarantee that the interests of both will not be damaged. I guess, this time the signings may not be led by Chen Feng. Meng Fan smiled slightly. Well, if we really want to strengthen the defense, we don't need to buy Xing Liken. Li Yuan is more suitable. He is a defensive player who is not inferior to Xing Liken. He is also hardware, plug and play, and will not waste resources. If they really want to compete, Corning can't compete with them, but they took the lead in getting Xing Liken. TSK. The water in the south seems to be a bit deep. Zhu Shan said with a sigh. Big clubs always have some conflicts of interest. Unlike us, we have just been established, so it is much simpler. If I were Chen Feng, I would also have a headache. One is a famous player who was introduced with emphasis, and the other is an outstanding newcomer trained by ourselves. There is no particular difference in the age of the 2. Liu Shibo is 22 years old, right? Xing Liken is only 25 years old, not too old. There is no question of who will take over. If this problem is not solved, one of the 2 will definitely leave. Meng Fan thought for a while and said. If this is the case, it is more likely that Liu Shibo will leave. Zhu Shan nodded. Hearing Zhu Shan say this, Meng Fan looked at Zhu Shan in surprise. What? Am I wrong in my guess? Zhu Shan asked. No, you think the same as I do, so I'm surprised. Meng Fan replied. Zhu Shan laughed. No way, Mr. Meng, even if my strategic vision is worse than yours, it won't be that much worse. It's not a matter of vision. Meng Fan shook his head. Liu Shibo and we came from the same new district, so I need to know more about his situation. At the time, the focus of Nanguo was not only him, but also Zhun. Now Zhun's status in Nanguo is not low. He has a group of people around him. He is a defensive player who does not need to be the core. If Liu Shibo is driven away, he will be able to take the lead. Don't underestimate such a guy. When such a guy wants to do something, he can always be very lethal. Well, but it has nothing to do with us, right? Zhu Shan laughed. Even if we see it, what can we do? Meng Fan also laughed. Yeah, after watching this game today, nothing happened, but for Meng Fan, he noticed something else. Zhu Shan also noticed it, but because of his angle, he did not think that his discovery could play any role, but Meng Fan saw something different. Of course, this is a story for later. For Fan, what they need to pay more attention to now is the next round of the league. Although we are still ranked first, in fact, our advantage is not big, we are only 2 points ahead of Tin He and Nanguo. In the next round of the league, we will meet a strong opponent. Yes, Tin He, we defeated them last year, but that was an exception. Now we're in good shape, and Tin He is not bad. In this game, we must use all our fighting spirit to deal with them. Zhu Shang quickly turned his attention to the next round. Indeed, in the 10th round of the league, Fifan's opponent is Tin He. If we followed the original intention of the schedule, the focus of this round should be the match between Kenning and Shenhua at home. Shenhua has always been a strong team, and Kenning is also a team that can influence the lead pattern. In the case of some clear strengths and weaknesses in other matches, this game is of course the focus of this round. However, Fifan's current situation of ranking first has made their home game against Tin He a well-deserved focus of this round. Therefore, the league organizing committee urgently adjusted the schedule, and put Fifan vs. Tin He as the last game. This gave Fifan's players more opportunities to adjust, and of course, the same was true for Tin He. In this round, Lei Tim was unlucky enough to run into Chengfen. In the last round, they were slaughtered by Fifan 7-0. The most important thing for Lei Tim to do is to regroup in the next round, but they ran into Chengfen, who looked murderous after losing to Nanguo. Then Lei Tim was miserable. Another out. At Chengfeng's home court, Chengfeng's fans kept cheering, watching Chengfeng vent all his anger on Lei Ting, and cheering for Chengfeng's goal after goal. Shen Ruofei scored 2 goals. Lu Xiaoshan scored 2 goals. Feng Tu was in great form, scoring 3 goals in a row and completing a hat-trick. Although the current football era does not focus on who scores more goals or kills more, whether a player is outstanding or not is not judged by these data, but by his total contribution in the game. However, being able to score 3 goals in the game is still something to be happy about. Feng Tu was very happy, but the Thunder were in tears. They lost another game 0-7, and the 2 games were almost the same score. Xiaobo was about to cry. These guys were too bullying. Why did they just beat up the Thunder team? Do you have any shame? Chengfeng certainly wouldn't consider their feelings. They lost the last game, and everyone was bad-mouthing them. They also needed a big win to show their strength, who let Thunder just run into them, and Nanguo, who defeated Chengfeng in the last game, unexpectedly made mistakes in this round. They were defeated by Xiu by 2 goals away from home. In the game, Chen Fen maintained the tactics of the last game, but the facts proved that this approach could only be done occasionally. Nanguo's defense was far from being as watertight as the last game. When the offensive was affected, the 2 flaws in their defense were caught by Xiu, and they could only regretfully lose the game. The strong teams are not strong, and the weak teams are not weak. This season is very lively. Some media commented. Among other strong teams, Shenhua and Corning tied, Jinlong was tied by Frivolous, and Kushinfeng recovered some of its form. They defeated the weak team Jinfeng and maintained pressure on the top few. After the other games ended, everyone's attention began to focus on the game between Fifan and Tin He. In the last game of this round, with the loss of Nanguo, their ranking automatically slipped to 3rd place. The contest between Fifan and Tin He, the 1st and 2nd place, was a decisive battle even though the league had only gone through 10 rounds. In this way, Fifan, a newcomer to the professional league, began to enter the championship race strongly. Although it was only 10 rounds of the league, most people thought that their participation in the championship battle was not something difficult to accept. Is Fifan already a top team in my mind? Many neutral viewers began to ask themselves. Chapter 498. Li Qing's opinion. The image of a strong team is actually something very illusory, but it does exist. Even if a team is currently ranked in the middle, you'll think it is a strong team as soon as you hear its name, and some teams, even if they are temporarily ranked 1st or 2nd, you'll think they are weak teams. This is the image of a strong team. Fifan is actually the latter. Although they are currently ranked 1st, they are still a new team in that final analysis, but they have already established the image of a strong team in the minds of many people, which is indeed a surprising thing. However, considering the miracle they created in the China Cup last year, it seems that there is no need to be too surprised. If we still regard Fifan as a pseudo-strong team, then we are too naive. Li Qing said to his teammates. This season they were depressed at first and then rose, and now they are ranked 1st, which is a reflection of their true strength. To be honest, now in the entire league, no team has the ability to definitely beat them. Even if they can definitely occupy a considerable advantage, it is difficult to do so. They have very outstanding players, and the overall strength is gradually increasing. With the addition of Ben Shikayang, this team, in order to beat them, in addition to their own outstanding performance, they also have to hope that their state will begin to decline. Boss, looking at their current state, they don't look like they are declining. Li Kayang replied. That's right, although they scored 7 goals in 2 consecutive games before, it seems that they have reached a peak and started to decline. However, the performance in the last game proved that even if they start to decline, it will not seem particularly fast. At least in this game, we can hardly expect their state to become very bad. Li Qing's nodded and said. Then what should we do? Han Yiming asked Li Qing's. For Team Head, they have great faith in Li Qing's judgment, because Li Qing's judgment has almost never made mistakes. There is no other good way. It's not that I don't have a way to deal with Bin Shikai, but that method is very time-consuming and energy-consuming. It requires a long time of layout and observation before it can be used. We can only use conventional tactics to find their weaknesses on the spot. Let's see whether Bin Shikai's intuition is better or my on-the-spot insight is better. Li Qing said confidently. Team Head's players nodded one after another. Their team has been together for a long time, and the overall coordination has reached an extremely high level. This summer, they did not increase or reduce the number of people. What they want is to maintain the overall consistency. And now their results are indeed good. In the 9 rounds of the league, they only got 2 points less than Fifan, 6 wins, 2 draws and 1 loss. Although there were mistakes, they won all the games that should be won. In the league, such stability is of course more important, especially when Chen Feng's performance seems to be quite unstable this season. No matter how important the Tianwang Mountain is, it is just one of the league games, not to mention that this game is in the first half of the league. Play well and play seriously, that's enough. Interestingly, the tactics of Fifan are also like this. Zhu Shan still did not arrange specific and detailed tactics. He knew that his ability to make grand strategic plans was average. The overall layout of this season was made by Meng Fan. Under this premise, he could only encourage the players to concentrate on the court, perform well, and then defeat the opponent through their performance in the game and find the opponent's flaws. This is a very simple tactic, but such a simple tactic, because of the existence of Bin Shikai, made Fifan's performance quite good. Brother Kaiang, Li Qing's is very good at tactical changes and confrontation. Zheng Qi said to Bin Shikai. Oh, this is not a tactic at all, and there is no way for him to crack it. Bin Shikai replied. Zheng Qi smiled and nodded. It was obvious that Bin Shikai had a clear view of himself, and this was the fact. Although Li Qing said that he did not want to spend too much energy on this game, it was indeed related to his intuition that he did not have many means against Bin Shikai. He did not bragging the team. To suppress Bin Shikai's performance, he needed to do something. That is, to fully understand any means of the opponent, or to use various tactics to make his side have no flaws. Li Qing could do both of these things, but he had to invest too much energy and the cost performance was too low. In fact, in the era when Li Qing rose to prominence, the battle that really made him famous was against Thunder, which was still a strong team at the time. Li Qing used detailed tactical arrangements to make Bin Shikai have no chance at all throughout the game, and then defeated Thunder and won a crucial game of that season. After that game, Qin He successfully surpassed Chen Feng and did not give Chen Feng any chance in the next game. Such an important game deserves such a detailed arrangement, and now, it is just an ordinary league. Even if it is the first against the second, it cannot change this. Li Qing, a person who has calculated everything in the world, certainly knows what is more beneficial and what is not good for the overall tactics. Li Qing also has a big plan in his heart and will not be easily shaken. For the game, every game is the same, but for the opponent, there are different focuses. Li Qing's judgment on the entire league situation is different from most people. In the eyes of many people, Fifan is now ranked first, but sooner or later it will lack momentum, even if they have already shown some of the demeanor of a strong team. Chen Feng's decline this year is somewhat obvious. The two teams that are most likely to win the championship are Qin He and Nanguo. Of these two teams, Qin He is already fully mature, and Nanguo has strong teammates joining, making them the strongest competitors for the championship this season. Of course, before the start of the season, Qishenfeng, which introduced Jian Guangqian, and Shenhua, which introduced Fan the 11th, are also strong competitors. However, Qishenfeng's performance is a bit miserable now, and Shenhua is also fluctuating, which makes people feel that they still need time to run in the team. This is the more mainstream view. However, in Li Qing's view, whether it is Nanguo or Shenhua Qishenfeng, they only have the ability to disrupt the situation, but not the ability to impact the championship. They also have various problems themselves, which is not enough for the long run. The only ones that really make Li Qing feel that they can compete with Qin He are the old rival Chen Feng and Fifan. Li Qing's judgment on Fifan was not made when they had won consecutive victories recently and stayed at the top of the standings for several rounds. He had such an opinion before the start of the season. The reason is simple. He had played against Fifan and knew the abilities of Fifan and other players. Fifan was not disbanded when entering the Super League. Although 2 players left, they were filled with Ben Shikai, which was the most important thing. Li Qing's was very familiar with Ben Shikai's characteristics, and he almost guessed the reason why Ben Shikai did not perform well last year. As long as Fifan can play at Ben Shikai's level, it will be enough for them to support them for a period of time. In the next period of time, Fifan will be able to sprint. The biggest problem of the new army is that they can't play their true strength well. The reason for this situation is ultimately due to lack of experience. Lack of experience will cause problems in mentality and imbalance in performance. Imbalance in performance will in turn affect the mentality and make their own performance worse. The more powerful the new army is, the more likely it is that these things will affect their own performance. And Ben Shikai can help Fifan get through this period. Next, they will play better and better. Ben Shikai is a core player, but his characteristic is hardware, which can be plug and play and will not affect Fifan's overall level. At the time, Fifan used such a high price to introduce Ben Shikai. Li Qing's didn't believe that. They picked up a basket and it was a good deal. Seeing a god-level player in the transfer market, they immediately paid for it. Although such impulsive consumption is also a characteristic of the new army, Li Qing's knows that Fifan has a guy like Zheng Qi who has an extremely outstanding strategic vision. He will not make such a mistake. Using Ben Shikai is to use his characteristics. The facts seem to have proved his judgment. After 2 rounds of discomfort, Fifan immediately ushered in an explosion, and the explosion surprised Li Qing's a little. This breath is 7 consecutive victories. Of course, Li Qing's guessed part of it, but not all of it. Fifan did introduce Ben Shikai because he valued his characteristics, but Fifan did not want to launch an impact this year, but to use a year to hone the team to be stronger. What's the use of just attacking a championship? If we want to make a breakthrough, we must make a breakthrough to become the 5-time champion. This is a viewpoint that has been instilled in Fifan by Zheng Qi, and this viewpoint is also in line with their temperament. Zheng Qi's grassroots group is fine, but the players who came from Canton, as well as Zheng Qi and other players who came from big clubs, all know clearly that such a team cannot be maintained forever. After all, everyone in Fifan has a god-level account, and it is a great waste to gather in one team. If they are dispersed, each of them can find a higher position in other clubs than in Fifan. Such a situation is of course impossible to last. However, if there is a top goal before the dispersion, the unprecedented glory of the 5-time champion, everyone is willing to sacrifice 1 or 2 years to make a breakthrough. This situation is not uncommon. Every strong team that has the opportunity to make a breakthrough will have many players who are willing to pay the price of not being famous to stay. This is the case with Zheng Qi and Tin He. Many people left Zheng Qi this year, and many people left Tin He before. They all chose to leave because they felt that they had sacrificed too much time. Every generation of players has spent this time. Fifan is no exception. If they want to make an impact, they want to win 5 championships. To do this, many people are willing to endure some extra losses. Chapter 499. Li Qing's thoughts. Although Li Qing's had some deviations in some details, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he did not have the legendary mind-reading ability, and did not know what other people would think. He could only infer based on some of the things he observed. But the inferences alone were enough for him to make many judgments. So Li Qing's had always attached great importance to Fifan, but for this game, he did not plan to prepare for a life-and-death duel, because it was not worth it. Although he attached great importance to Fifan, Li Qing's attitude towards Fifan was not as great as that towards Zheng Qi. Fifan was excellent, but even if they were excellent, it was really unlikely that they would be able to compete for the league championship this year, because Tin He was already very mature. Fifan still needed time to mature, and they would make some mistakes. For that top few places, such mistakes would not have a big impact, but with Tin He and Zheng Qi both in place, some mistakes would likely be fatal. And these mistakes and errors were almost inevitable for Fifan. Because no matter how much experience was accumulated, it could not change the fact that Fifan only had Ben Shikai, who had rich experience in the Super League, and only Chen Lin, who had some experience in the Super League. More importantly, even these 2 people have no experience in challenging the championship. Ben Shikai had a year of experience close to this, but because of the overall gap between the Thunder, he did not get such an opportunity. The same is true for Chen Lin. Such experience is fatal. Fifan will be a huge threat to Tin He in the future, but not yet. Fifan is threatening, but not fatal. What really makes Li Qing's alert is still Zheng Qi. Only Zheng Qi, this opponent who has been entangled with him for several years and seems to be entangled with his entire career. Li Qing's is also a late bloomer, of course. In front of Bin Shikai, he is not a late bloomer. He is 2 years older than Lu Xiaoshan. Lu Xiaoshan's debut is not too early. Because of the reason of changing 3 new warriors to create accounts, Lu Xiaoshan first appeared in the professional league at the age of 21. At the time, Li Qing's was 23 years old, but he had just entered the first team of Tinhe. The first time Lu Xiaoshan appeared in the league, he was so dazzling. Although Cheng Feng's performance that year was not good, it was only in the top 6, but for a mid-level team to get such a result was dazzling enough, not to mention Lu Xiaoshan's performance was even more dazzling, which directly made Cheng Feng's management determined to build a strong team with Lu Xiaoshan. A newcomer who has only played for a year can make the club make such a decision. How dazzling is Lu Xiaoshan's performance? It is almost imaginable. And what about Li Qing's? That year he also completed his rookie season, and his performance was mediocre. When the second year came, after Lu Xiaoshan received strong support from the whole team, he was shining, swept the world, and won the league championship. Li Qing's situation also gradually improved. Because of Ren Shifeng's insight, he began to play a core position in Tinhe. In this position, his level was gradually brought into play, and he began to have some very successful games. In previous years, his performance should have attracted a lot of attention. However, it should not have happened. That year belonged to Lu Xiaoshan, the first year of Lu Xiaoshan's deification. All the praises were on Lu Xiaoshan. Everyone was praising this young man who was only 22 years old but as sharp as a sword. People were guessing who he would be next. Would he be the next Meng Thifan? Lu Xiaoshan said that he was not the next one. He was Lu Xiaoshan, the unique Lu Xiaoshan. In such a light, Li Qing's, who was 24 years old and not famous, silently observed Lu Xiaoshan and Cheng Feng, and made countless detailed preparations. He had only one goal, which was to attack the best player and then replace him. What a heroic spirit! This young man with a disability had a braver heart than most people. Not only did he have the courage, but he also had the ability to do it. He succeeded. In the next season, Tinhe, which had accumulated a lot of strength, accumulated strength bit by bit. When Cheng Feng was advancing by leaps and bounds, they followed closely in the impact core behind them, not at all noticeable. The year was also a classic league. Cheng Feng was sprinting in the front, and strong teams such as Southern Shenhua Shenfen were not to be outdone, chasing closely behind, constantly exerting pressure on Cheng Feng. Tinhe, which was mixed in, was very inconspicuous. Then, when Cheng Feng was entangled with other teams, they quietly surpassed them, and then won the championship of that season with an unquestionable winning streak. Li Qing's dispatch and command became famous in one fell swoop. In the next 2 seasons, there were epic entanglements, and both sides won a championship. Under such circumstances, how could Li Qing's not be familiar with Cheng Feng? He knew everything about Cheng Feng, so even though Cheng Feng had lost some outstanding players this season, Li Qing still regarded Cheng Feng as his biggest opponent. There is no doubt that Cheng Feng's strength on paper this year is a little worse than last year's. However, Cheng Feng, which was so strong last year, lost to Thifan. Their seemingly extremely powerful lineup does have some problems. Too many good players often occupy each other's space. This was not a problem before. Cheng Feng's lineup was quite complete. Lu Xiaoshan occupied a lot of space, but with the support of others, they were a whole. In last year's game, Shinrao Fei's rise also invisibly compressed a lot of Lu Xiaoshan's space. Although it made their overall strength stronger, it also affected Lu Xiaoshan's performance to a certain extent. Of course, this will not cause any problems in other games, because their overall strength is still extremely strong, plus the ups and downs brought by Tinhe's blood transfusion, the strength of other teams is slightly worse, and Cheng Feng still formed a crushing trend in the league. But in the final of the China Cup, facing Thifan, who was also very strong in personal ability, and under Thifan's extremely detailed tactical suppression, Lu Xiaoshan, who should have played his strong personal ability in this situation, was unable to play it. In that game, Lu Xiaoshan did not turn the tide like he did in the past. This seemed to be accidental, but in Li Qing's view, it was inevitable. And this year, with the departure of 4 strong players, the overall situation has indeed declined. However, whether it is Lu Xiaoshan or Shinrao Fei, their room for performance has begun to increase. The strength on paper has undoubtedly declined, but the ability they can play is still no less than last year. Although the game is a bit up and down now, it is also a process of adaptation, and such an adaptation process will not take long. Soon, Cheng Feng will show their level. To make an inappropriate analogy, Changfeng's paper strength last year was 120 points, but under this system they could only play 100 points, or even only 95 points. This year, their paper strength has dropped to 100 points, but they can always play 100 points. In addition to the possible explosion brought by Shen Ruofei and Lu Xiaoshen, they can play in some key games, even more than 100 points. Between the strong and the weak, it is so difficult to describe. Li Qing's has a big plan in his mind, and only people like him can make such a big plan. He is not young anymore, he is almost 29 years old now, and in another year or two, he will be at the age of declining state. Although he does not rely on operations to make a living, his career life will be very long, but Li Qing's also hopes that he can create a miracle when he is in the best state. Not to win a certain championship, but to impact the 5-time champion. He thinks so, Lu Xiaoshen thinks so, and Zheng Qi thinks so too. But compared with the 27-year-old Lu Xiaoshen and the 29-year-old Li Qing's, the 22-year-old Zheng Qi still has a long time to dream. Of course, his starting point is also much worse. This is only his first Super League season. At his age, he is no longer a rookie. The god-level players and leaders of various clubs are actually not old. Except for Ben Shikai, the leaders of other teams are about the same age as Lu Xiaoshen and Li Qing's. They are considered a generation. They live in this era, which is a tragedy, but it can also bring them more pride and pride. Under the rule of Li Qing's and Lu Xiaoshen, they can still show their brilliance. Only in the era of heroes rising together, such brilliance will be more valuable. Play well and deal with them patiently. This is a rare experience. This is what Zhu Shan said to the FIFAn players before the game started. Play patiently, this is just an ordinary game, the league is still very long, there are 38 league games, and any one of them is just an ordinary game. We play well step by step, that's enough. Zhu Domain said to the teen head players before the game started. Zhu Shan is because FIFAn now wants to reduce pressure, reduce the arrogance brought by the winning streak and the continuous ranking first, so as not to unbalance their mentality. Zhu Domain knows Li Qing's thoughts. He is the head coach who can best cooperate with Li Qing's thinking. He knows that at this time, even if there are occasional setbacks, it cannot change the specific path of the entire team. In this game, FIFAn can fight without caring about anything, but Teen Head can't. Teen Head has a bigger goal, and FIFAn only needs to fight one game at a time. FIFAn will be very excited to face a strong team and will treat the game in the best condition. But what about Teen Head? They still need to allocate their energy to compete with Changfeng in every aspect. They can't win the 5 championships this season, but they can't let Changfeng win either. This is what they're thinking now. Chapter 500. Mutually complementary. Before the match started, the high-ranking members of FIFAn Guild were jubilant again. In this match, the number of live spectators supporting FIFAn reached 15 million. This terrifying number was close to that of teams of Changfeng Teen Head. The average number of live spectators supporting Changfeng in the past few years exceeded 25 million, and Teen Head exceeded 20 million. They were the only two teams that could have fans of this magnitude. Even when Teen Head's performance was shaky last year, the number of live spectators supporting them was never less than 20 million. There were only 4 or 5 teams with between 10 million and 20 million live supporters, all of which were strong teams like Namguo Teen Head. FIFAn had 15 million spectators at home for this match. Although many of them came because of FIFAn's recent good performance and were not considered die-hard fans, it was enough to make FIFAn's popularity soar. Even though such popularity was not stable and could be reduced at any time, such a grand occasion alone was enough to make Lu Li and the others excited. When they formed the FIFAn club, they never thought that one day, in a league match, the number of spectators who came to watch their game would be comparable to the number of Changfeng Teen Head's matches. Even if there is still a little difference, we must continue to win. Lu Li thought to herself. The more important games we win, the longer we stay in the first place, and the greater the chances of these fans who may be floating around to settle down. FIFAn now has about 2 million hardcore fans, which can be seen from their guild. In the past month, more and more fans want to join the Guild Alliance every day. This is not something that fans who just come to take a look will do. After all, many people in the Myth Zone already have their own guilds. If they leave, they will have 5 days to join a new guild. For players, it is actually the same in any guild. If they don't like this club, they won't join it on purpose. The recent good results have made FIFAn have more and more hardcore fans, and if they can continue to maintain it, there may be more. Among these more than 10 million fans, even if only half or 1/3 become FIFAn's hardcore fans, FIFAn's foundation will be extremely solid. This is also a 10,000-year foundation. For Luli, Sui Qingfeng and others, they certainly hope that Fifan will get better and better. You know, they all have shares in Fifan, although not much, but if Fifan can always stay in the ranks of top clubs, then their personal wealth will also rise with the tide. If we really want to talk about the value of the club, it is not high. It is valuable only when it is matched with the results. If Fifan Club continues to follow that current momentum, even if it is not as good as Changfeng and Teenhead, or even not as good as traditional strong teams such as Shenhua and Anglo, as long as it can have the income level of midstream teams, their annual dividends will also be an extremely large number. Compared with the top rich, it may not be a big deal, but compared with ordinary people, it is the wealth of several lifetimes. Fifan is now full of hope and momentum. This is their best era. On the court, the players of both sides have already appeared, and the map has also appeared in front of everyone. Fifan no longer went to the trouble of doing the Battle of Julu, but chose the map of the Battle of Changping. On such a complex map, it is the tactical analysis ability of both sides that counts. When seeing such a map, the commentators all felt that this should be more favorable to Teenhead. Everyone knew that no one could compare to Li Qing's in terms of on-the-spot tactical changes, and his on-the-spot reaction was faster than any famous coach's command. On such a map, unless the Teenhead team could compete head-on with Li Qing's, they would naturally be at a disadvantage. However, after the game started, the commentators slowly discovered that it seemed to be different from what they thought. Fifan's tactics were not complicated. When attacking, they would never split up their troops, and would advance slowly and steadily. When defending, they would be brave enough to split up their troops, constantly harassing everywhere, delaying the opponent's offensive momentum, consuming the opponent's energy, and then launching a tight defense in front of their own goal. This grinding style of play gave Fifan a lot of advantages in the first few rounds, and they played more openly in the past 2 rounds, but in this game, they resumed this style of play and competed with Teenhead in patience. Anyway, we are still leading now, and Nanguo lost again. Even if it is a draw, we can accept it. Zheng Qi's words before the game appeared in everyone's mind. Does Fifan just want to draw? It seems understandable. Indeed, at this time, a draw can keep them in that first place. One more game is one more game. The league is very long. There is no reason to beat the opponent directly. Fifan is very clear-headed. He is not blinded by the 7 consecutive wins. The commentators commented that it is rare for the new army to have such a calm mind. Although it seems a bit utilitarian, can Fifan ask them to do more? The first half was in such a stalemate, and it slowly passed. In the end, the score of the first half was 0-0. Both sides consumed a lot of energy and tested each other's characteristics. Such a draw seems to be acceptable. However, Teenhead was a little dissatisfied. Li Qing's remained calm, but the other players of Teenhead were a little agitated. It's not that they are not calm enough. Their style is actually very calm. However, after losing to Fifan last year, given their status, it seems a bit unreasonable not to regain their ground in the league this year. Although Fifan has won 7 consecutive games, in these 7 victories, except for Shenhua, which is a well-deserved strong team, the other teams that Fifan won, although they have their own characteristics, are not strong teams. It can only be said that Fifan won the games that should be won. To deal with Fifan, most of Teenhead's players still want to win. Although they are calm, they can't lose their morale at this time. When the morale of the whole team is very high, no matter how calm Li Qing's is, he can't make everyone like him and maintain an absolutely calm mentality. So after the start of the second half of the game, Teenhead's offensive and defensive seem to be more active than in the first half. Teenhead's fans are naturally happy to see this, but for Fifan's players, this seems to be their opportunity. Zhu Shan immediately sent Bin Shikai. In this case, Bin Shikai's characteristics can be better brought into play. In the first half of the game, Bin Shikai did not play much. After all, it is not advisable to waste his physical strength and energy in such pure killing. Although his intuition appears more randomly, in the final analysis, the better his mental state, the more accurate his judgment will be. So how to use him is actually a science. He must be allowed to better play his strength, rather than letting him stay on the court for 90 minutes in every game to gamble on the probability of his intuition appearing. Zhu Shan's approach is to try to let him play when attacking, and his intuition is most effective when it comes to attacking. This approach is obviously very correct. Bin Shikai's extraordinary performance during this period has been close to his peak. At the same time, because his teammates have to be stronger, his performance is also more outstanding. Li Qing's was somewhat worried about the situation on the field. After all, Teenhead was more impatient than usual. Although such impatience would not reveal fatal mistakes, the opponent had a Ben Shikai. As a top tactical master, Li Qing's had always been annoyed with Ben Shikai, because Ben Shikai's intuition was simply the nemesis of his tactical ability. It was just that the Thunder was weak as a whole before and could not threaten Tin He. Now that he had reached Fifan, would he pose a threat to Tin He? Just as Li Qing's was thinking this, Fifan's offensive suddenly broke out. Led by Ben Shikai, it was a perfect tactical attack. Like all his previous attacks, when Ben Shikai started to launch the attack, even Li Qing's could not immediately judge what his tactical intention was, and could only ask his teammates to be careful in the team channel. However, when Ben Shikai's tactical intention was truly reflected, Li Qing's made a judgment, but he could no longer form any obstacles. Fifan defeated Tin He's defensive formation and took the lead in scoring a valuable goal. Fifan is leading by 1 goal. In a stalemate, a surprise attack by Ben Shikai allowed Fifan to break the deadlock. It's amazing that he can do this in the face of Tin He, who is also performing well. In Fifan's recent games, Ben Shikai can have such wonderful performances in almost every game, and the frequency of such performances has exceeded his peak moments. What kind of magic did Fifan use to make him perform better than his peak moments? The commentator shouted excitedly. This was indeed something he couldn't figure out. Ben Shikai's performance in these few games was able to bring Fifan extra goals in almost every game, which was something he had never done in the Thunder back then. He didn't do it in the Thunder, but he did it in Fifan. It seems that not only Ben Shikai helped Fifan, but Fifan was also helping Ben Shikai. Ben Shikai hugged his teammates with a smile on his face. He naturally knew that it was not that his condition was better than that time. His condition had never declined. He could perform better than before, just because his teammates were better and supported him more. This is a complementary thing. If his teammates are strong, he can perform better. If he performs better, the whole team will become more outstanding. There is no other reason. 1 + 1 is greater than 2, and many factors are needed. Obviously, Fifan now has such factors. Fin est capture much as great as Peluga has to L final. No se indeed all like bus gasms contenido exclusivo ixo immediato. Subscribe news to Patreon. Recurda, card alike, subscription odonaking nos anima continue. Great as a todos nos vemos on Alpsmodo.